news. You'll know that less than a fortnight ago, US Senator Ted Cruz introduced a bill aimed at suing the Nigerian government for allegedly supporting terrorism, which he said was aimed at eliminating this country's population. Senator Cruz, who's a President Trump's Republican Party, claimed that extremist groups are hunting down and Christians for decades in an attempt to rid the country of them. He accused the Nigerian government of facilitating this so-called anti-Christian crusade. Other top American politicians and political commentators have also expressed similar views, and they're calling on the administration to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern and to suspend arms and technical support to the government. The Nigerian government has, of course, denied this, and independent researchers and analysts are adamant that the claims of a Christian guide are false. So, how has it come to this? Well, from the studio by the Republican mayor of the city of Blanco in Texas, Mike Arnold, the commentator, author, and social media influencer Reno Omokri, our offsite studio, the prominent Texan Republican filmmaker Jeff Gibbs. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for coming in with you, Reno Omokri, because you're who brought the gentleman to Nigeria and its studios. Tell us why.
Well, when Senator Ted Cruz began this tale about a crusade, and Gregory Abbott, the governor of Texas, along with Congressman Moore, it was my patriotic duty to reach out to the Republican Party and those who have a desire to know the truth. And so I was able to get Mike Arnold, a Republican elected mayor from the state of Texas, who is personally with Senator Ted Cruz and Gregory Abbott, also an associate with President Trump. And I invited him over to Nigeria, fact-finding. Not just him, I invited also a filmmaker. I wanted them to see for themselves, because Senator Ted, a lot of people in Nigeria think he doesn't mean well, but I think he means well. But the thing is, he doesn't have the right information. He's never been to Nigeria. And Congressman Moore been to Nigeria. So I invited them here, and before they came, the brief Senator Ted and Congressman Chip Roy, and they're here. Now they've met with the leaders of the Christian Association of Nigeria. They've just met with the chairman. They've also met with the leaders of the that's the Jamaatul Nasrul Islam. Don't speak Arabic, that's just the Society for the Support. So they've met with them, they've been to IDP camps, they've seen the situation there. This idea of a Christian genocide in Nigeria is ludicrous. Yes, there are killings of Christians in Nigeria, and anybody who denies that will be, frankly, a dishonest person. But then, there are also things going on in Muslim. I mean, I hate to say this, but only recently we had killings in mosques. And if you have terrorists go to a state like Benue, there obviously most of the victims will be Christians. Why? Because Benue is a Christian-dominated state. If they hit in Zamfara, victims will be Muslims. So there's no Christian genocide, and to prove it, this gentleman for fact-finding.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor Mike Arnold, for joining us. Let me start with you. I'm in Nigeria now.
This is my 16th time to be in Nigeria since 2010, all over the country.
But on this particular trip,
I just got here.
A fact-finding mission. What scope is it going to have?
I'm meeting with a number of leaders and to start.
Right, but I mean, obviously there are places alleged genocidal activities are said to be taking place. Are you going to bring in?
I have been to Jos. I've been to Bokos.
Right.
I've been to Gwoza just very recently, and I've been all over the south and central country. And I built schools and run IDP camps. We have 2 schools up and running and a third one under construction. We teach 550 students full-time education and the FCT.
Right. Okay. Well, welcome to Nigeria. And again, let me turn to you, Jeff Gibbs. Sorry, you're marooned in our off-site studio, but we can see you, and you're certainly part of this conversation. And thank you very much indeed for joining us. You are a filmmaker as well as a Republican. Tell us what your role is going to be in this fact-finding mission.
Well, I'm not sure who mentioned to you any political affiliation I may have at home. I'm a filmmaker. I can attest to that.
Okay. So what are you going to be doing on this mission here?
Well, this is very brief on this trip. I'm here in support of the mayor and his fact-finding mission. This is my sixth Nigeria in about 4 years or so. I have had time in the camps. I'm not the person to really tell me any of the facts or details regarding all of the situation and the issues facing Nigeria, but what I can say is that I've spent time in the camps and that I've met friends with these children, and these are people from, in one camp we have predominantly Christian students in our school, and in another camp predominantly Muslim students. And what I can say unites them, what I can sing into their eyes, the hope and light that's in their eyes, they shine with love. And as a filmmaker, what I've been responding to.
Are you making any films while you're here?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are you going to be filming what you're sort of doing here?
I can have time to pull out my phone and it's known, then that is part of my job, yes, sir.
Right, okay, let me come back to you, Reno, because I mean, let's be honest, and we appreciate the fact that you brought them down to sort of the facts and take it back to sort of the United States. But what the problem appears to be, from one point of view, is that this country has in fact been invaded by a lot of jihad terror groups. Some of them coming from across the Sahel and all the rest of them who have own agendas that they're trying to pursue, some of which might include eliminating non-Muslim groups. I mean, but the point, of course, not official government policy, is it?
Well, it's not even that. They have an agenda against secularity. You've got to understand that their agenda is against secularity. Nigeria is a nation and they're against secularity. And in keeping with that agenda, they will attack Muslim groups who are in support of that secularity of Nigeria. You got to go down memory lane. How did they start? They started in 2011 when the Obama administration intervened in Libya, and Gaddafi had Legionnaire Army. For those who don't understand, that's a mercenary army, foreign army. Even in this, some activists that I don't want to name were trained in Libya. Charles trained in Libya, Fode Sanko in Libya. And so when he fell, these individuals, they left Libya, they came to the Sahel. They had money, they had training, they had skills. And so they came, and it's not just in Nigeria, people just pick on Nigeria, but throughout the Sahel, they came and they've been causing mayhem. So they led to the toppling of democratic governments from Burkina Faso to Mali and Nigeria. We do the same thing here. So this is a fight against secularity. It's not a Christian side, and it's nothing to do with moderate Islam.
So what are you telling them about? I mean, where are you taking them across Nigeria, and what are you telling them to do with what they get? They're going to go back to Texas and sort of take the facts they've gathered back to Ted Cruz?
Senator Ted Cruz was briefed before the embargo, and the mayor can speak for himself, and not just Senator Ted Cruz, other persons. We're having a press conference tomorrow right here, and the international community, the world press are going to be there, Reuters, Bloomberg, and a couple of other people are going to be there. I suppose that will also be there. Now the thing is, they're in mission, so I cannot put into their hands.
Yes, of course.
Put words into their mouth. They tell me they want to see this, they want to go here. That's the basic idea of a fact-finding mission. Already, they've met with the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, they've met with the general of JNI, and they're going to meet with more people. So they go, and at the end of the day, they're going to facts, present them to the policymakers in the United States. And this idea about making Nigeria a concern was that die. Because if you do that, terrorists, and you're punishing ordinary Nigerians, Christians, and Muslims, the very people that Senator Ted Cruz says he wants to help.
Mayor Arnold, I mean, in reality, Nigeria's, you say you've obviously been here a number of times, how much sort of homework or whether your previous visits were in any way related to what you're doing now. But I mean, Nigeria's conflicts are multifaceted. I mean, driven by ethnic rivalries, there are land disputes, there's pure criminality, with religion often taking a secondary or tertiary position. Boko Haram, for example, which emerged in Maiduguri in the far North Borno state in 2009, positioned itself against the Syrian state as an apostate entity, not against any single religious group. And in fact, most of them were Muslims. I don't know whether you're aware of that sort of thing. I mean, and this is from people who are non-Muslims.
Well, since 2019, this is my 6th time in Nigeria. It's been entirely focused on understanding and telling the story of the internally displaced. And the filmmaker is my producer for a film a documentary film that we've been years, all through Nigeria, and getting the stories and profiles of displaced people, which I'm startled that people don't talk about that more. There's estimates anywhere from 4 to 10 Nigerians who were peaceful, productive people that are now ground down and given no chance to get back. And that's the larger, to me, tragedy, the byproduct of this. I see children, multitudes, millions, literally, of children growing up believing that power comes from violence and that being peaceful is death. And that's a curse on this nation. If there's no intervention. Schools, we have so many testimonials wanting to get guns and go back and kill. And they get an education, they want to go back and rebuild. That's how this is ultimately fixed. When the internally displaced are organized and restored, it'll be the foundation of a great nation. Until then, I fear for this nation.
Right, and I think a lot of people would share that fear. I mean, have you been sort of in communication with, because I mean, one of the reasons why, obviously the Nigerian government has the responsibility to its own, but one of the reasons why they're going through a time now is the cutting of support from the United States, which used to provide for some of those based people, and lots of them in the far north and across many other parts of Nigeria. So, I mean, it's put this country in a very difficult situation as a result of the cutting of those funds.
I don't understand why a nation that mineral rich and growing as Nigeria has to go and beg from Uncle Sam for help serving their own people. Nigerians have plenty of resources to help these people get back, or at least something where they can have stability in life. Now they're denied, they're ground down, they're called criminal vagrants. Their homes are bulldozed with no warning. It's a horrific life that these people are living, and nobody's here. Why should it be? You don't want America to come here and say anything about terrorism, but you want their money? That doesn't make sense whatsoever.
Yeah, that makes that's a good point. And let me come to you, Jeff Gibbs, in our off-site studio. I wonder what you make of what's been said so far.
Well, you certainly have two of the most informed and well-studied people on your dais there this evening. And again, my reiteration would be that across all of the walks of life, of all of the different tribes, people, faith backgrounds, what I've seen through the hearts and the eyes of Nigerians is what keeps me coming back. And that we serve for the IDPs who asked for nothing except educate their children, to give them hope and a way out, is, for me, in my opinion, I would like to see these camps eradicated. I would see them put out of business. We do need to serve these children, IDPs, but they need to be restored, and that's what I would like to make out of this.
Well, why do you think they're not being served? I mean, why do you think they appear to be ignored?
It's a very good question, and based on the discussions that I've been tangential to, I don't have an answer for you on that. I would have to defer to Mike, the mayor.
Let me defer to Reno, who's got an ear to the ground and who is, of course, Nigerian. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think what the mayor said and what you said, I mean, I don't think you guys have addressed the issue. There is a moral responsibility on the United States. This problem was brought to Nigeria's doorstep by the actions of the Obama administration. If the Obama administration had not intervened in Libya, if Gaddafi was a nasty piece of work, but he likes his country. If Gaddafi had not been killed, and if all those foreign mercenaries hadn't left Libya to come here, Boko Haram started, they were not violent. Mohammed, you have debates. He had a debate with Issa Pantami. He had a debate. That's what's doing. He was killed, and then these guys came in and they supposed to take over of Boko Haram, and then what happened? They had arms. If the United States had not done what we would not be facing a torrent, not just us, the Sahelian countries. So they just say that minerals and we've got this, and you don't know. No. Listen, you have a moral responsibility. The United States has a moral responsibility because government is a country. So we've seen in cases whereby it has paid reparation. We're not asking under Obama. They used the law after causing a problem to deny this country weapons. We had to go and purchase weapons on the block. So Nigeria is paying a price for a problem that we did not cause. So I mean, I don't want people to just come here and just say, oh, listen, look, our president did say about 2 months ago, look, I don't need President Trump because revenue target. We're doing the best that we can as a country. We're fighting corruption. We're growing our economy. I mean, we've added $67 billion to our economy in 2 years. In the last quarter, it grew by 4.3%. Our economy faster than our population. But this problem was by the actions of the Obama administration. Thank God for a good man like President Trump that lifted objections of the law and began selling weapons to us, like, for example, the Toscano jet. But the United States caused this problem, and they need to help us fix it.
I wonder what your reaction is to that, Mayor Arnold. I mean, the suggestion part of the problem in this country was initiated, if you like, enabled by the United States and its policies in Libya.
It was just policies in Libya, but the policies here. Barack Obama, his Arab Spring foreign policy, I believe, ever to do a takeover or facilitate one here in Nigeria. We've got. Not prepared to proof that Obama much behind the advance of Boko Haram, intentionally so. And so, yeah, Obama holds a lot of the blame. No doubt about it.
So, I mean, I guess the $1 million question is, how do we change the narrative? Let me come to you, Jeff. You're a filmmaker. That is a powerful way of getting emotively through to the American people.
Yes, filmmaking is an extremely powerful platform. It involves all of the senses, and it's part of my intention and part of our goal is to bring awareness to the situation. It's not my job to agree with certain factors. That's not my place. So it's meant to bring awareness. This is an excellent time for the world is. We're just starting now. Mike and I have been at this for years, trying to tell people about it, and just breaking now kind of on our, and the attention is there for it, and I would like to be heard, and I would like to see hate fought with love.
Okay, and Reno, let me just get you to summarize what today, and the most important, I suppose, how we change the narrative in America.
Well, what has happened today is that these fact finders have come and they've also met with the leadership of NI, which is the apex Muslim or rather Islamic body, and for one, they agreed there's no Christian genocide. Mayor, am I right?
I'm fact-finding, Reno. I don't know the legal definition of that term, and I think it'd be premature, and I've diminished my credibility.
I think that's a good
Okay,
point.
but
I think I diminished my credibility if I
think
made
that's
a
a good
declaration
point.
where the fact-finding
I mean, you've
is done.
literally got to Nigeria, so you need time to sort of do your homework.
I know that there are victims on both sides.
Okay, excellent. So that's the thing. So to establish that there are victims on both sides and that these individuals are terrorists. And the point of it all is that by the end of their fact-finding mission, when they go back, when they brief the American policymakers, this whole idea of making Nigeria a country of particular concern will be squashed.
So that's the ultimate aim.
That's the ultimate aim. Because if that happens, it's precisely ISWAP and the terrorists going to benefit, because that's what they've been wanting. They've been wanting to grow anti-American sentiments in this country. And the people they'll be hurting are the people that they want to help, which are the ordinary Christians and Muslims in Nigeria.
Okay. Reno, I want to thank you very much indeed for not only suggesting this, but bringing the guests into the studio and bringing them to Nigeria. Reno Omokri is the political commentator, author, social media influencer. And of course, Mike Arnold, the mayor of the U.S. city of Banker, Texas. Thank you indeed for joining us. And off-site studio, the filmmaker.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. Good morning, wonderful Biafran, lovers of freedom all over the world. I send my greetings from my location and I welcome each and every one of you this very day, the 17th day of October 2025. Yes, so as you all can see, the topic that I have here and the people that I have on my studio, it is very much interesting. In fact, this broadcast, I want you people to share this broadcast, because this broadcast or this Arise News, interview with Reno Omokri, the of Nigeria, and Arnold and Jeff Booth from America is very, very interesting. It sucker punched. It not only sucker punched Nigeria, it tells the truth about the Nigerian government complicity and their evil plans in covering their atrocities that they themselves are committed in that part of. So it is very, very interesting, very, very interesting. And that is the reason why I want you that have joined me on the platform, you that is listening from Facebook, you that is listening from Twitter or X, and you is also listening from YouTube, to invite other people to come and listen, to come and get the facts. It is undiluted from this our platform. This is very, very, very important, because in this our platform we will always bring you the facts. We will always bring you the news as it is trending. So you saw what happened in this interview with Ronnie and this gentleman from America. The reason why it is laughable that somebody that have been in Nigeria for over 16 times, Arnold, Mike Arnold have been to Nigeria over 16 times, while Jeff Bose say he has been here for 4 times. These people who knows their way to Nigeria, Reno Omokri is claiming that he is the one who invited them over to Nigeria or who brought them over to Nigeria. That is number one. Secondly, when you listen to what Reno Omokri was saying, oh, that the issue of Christian persecution does not arise. He saw it on social media. He felt that, oh, they want to dent the image of the Nigerian state. So therefore, he reached a Republican since Ted Cruz is a Republican. To Ted Cruz's friend, to be able to come down to Nigeria and see the fact for himself. Ronnie was not aware that this man has already been in Nigeria 15 times. He's not aware. He did not care to know 16 times that this man had been in this country, in that country. What was his job? What was Nigeria? Did they have evidence it was happening in Nigeria? Is he the kind of person that is going to budge, that you are going to treat with presidential work and he's going to speak evil and he's going to lie? Ronnie did not man is buyable. He can be convinced. He's a man that will just change his stand because of a presidential handshake. Ronnie was of all these facts. But you see, ọnwụ chọrọ igbu nwa nkịta, ọ naghị ekwe n'isi nsị. When death want to kill a dog, even if you bring its most valued food to eat, he will not perceive the act. Chukwu Okike Abia, creator of heaven and earth, want to destroy Nigeria, like Mazen Nandekano said, our leader. And he want to destroy Nigeria with the truth, not with propaganda. Okay? So he wants Nigeria from the, from the foundation. From the foundation. He wants to destroy Nigeria with their fake news. He wants to destroy Nigeria with their corruption. He wants to destroy Nigeria with their, their collective sense of unreasonability, their lies and deceit. So when God wanted to destroy Nigeria, this time that God is destroying Nigeria, all the people that God is using are going to come and do the right thing at the right time. So this interview is very, very interesting for everybody. Anybody, anywhere that you are, send this interview to your friends. Send this interview to one Nigerianist. Send interview to the terrorist Nigerian governors, politicians Southeast, because this is not even. I'm going to play the real Coco. This one was before the man submitted their finding, the final verdict. So he said, okay, they have concluded their final verdict. Maybe came to Nigeria. They decided to treat them like kings and queens. What they do to other people who they can buy. When they come, they treat you with lavish party reception. They give you money. They send you contacts. They make you meet this, make this. Hey, you believe you have arrived. And you use contacts so that when you are coming to make your own media, you are going to put Nigeria or paint Nigeria in a very positive light to the world. Treatment that you receive because of kickback or the envelope that will follow you back. But you will hear when this mayor, former mayor, told the world that never taken anything out of Nigeria. In other words, what if you come to bribe him? He's not going to accept. He told a hungry man. And that he's not being paid by the American government either. So he was told to come here and do what? To tell nothing but the truth. But Nigeria, now when they came to Nigeria, Reno Omokri tried to connect him to Satan or Sokoto, took him to Kano. You know, they are these people that they take this man to in order to interview him. The people that will project the image of Nigeria in a very positive light. They didn't invite him to say, okay, come into Nigeria, visit communities, visit you want to interview anybody that you want to interview, then come up with a final verdict on Nigeria. No, they brought him to Nigeria. They asked him, they outlined, they wrote the names of people he was to visit at their own discretion. And when he visits these people, what do you think they're going to say? They are going to, oh, how are you doing? Oh, we have, okay, are you into oil business? At least we can give you a concession so that you'll be supplying us this on a very good day. Oh, okay, can you do road construction? Do you have a friend that can do road construction? So that give you they will use things to entice him. And if he was the kind of person that will fall for crap, once he accepts their offer, whatever they tell him to say before the media is what he's going to say. So this is the kind of thing that the Nigerian government have used for a very long time to deceive the people. They have used these tactics to paint Nigeria good before the international community. They send diplomats to Nigeria. Diplomats will know everything that is happening in Nigeria, but are reporting back to their country because of the bag of money, the big envelope, and the contract that they will be giving to him. He would not say things as it is. And that is why Nigeria continue to nosedive. That is why the people of Nigeria are suffering. That is why the economy in Nigeria is nosediving. That is why corruption is thriving in that evil entity called Nigeria. Because the people of good conscience have not arrived. And the Bible told you that when good men are in power, the people rejoice. In Nigeria, the evil men are in power. In Nigeria, corruption is in power. In Nigeria, terrorism is in Nigeria, kidnappers are in power. In Nigeria, slave masters are in power. In name it, intimidators are in power. Harassers are in power. Only in Nigeria will you find this kind of set of evil people in political position. And they are making the life of the ordinary a misery. And you see somebody who said he's a Christian who will come and defend the evil activities of the terrorist Nigerian state. But in this case, God wanted to destroy Nigeria with the truth, like Mazin and PEOPLE.WE said. And they were able to invite a man who is very strict to truth, a man who can never budge, who is not moved by the money bags, who is not moved by position, a man who is not moved by contract, a man who you cannot buy with money, a man who is only driven by his conviction to suit at all times, a man sent who has been here before now. He has documented evidences of what is happening in Nigeria, all over Nigeria. He has the documented evidence of it all. And is the same man that you want on camera and lie to the world about what is happening in Nigeria. That is the truth of the matter. And he said he said he has a documentary that has not been released. It's not yet to be released. In the documentary, that when you're going to shed tears of the atrocities of the Nigerian government in Nigeria, and it's people like Reno Omokri fanning the embers of destruction because he's protecting the people that are hibernating, destroying the lives of the ordinary citizens in Nigeria. So, our brother, our friend, this entrepreneur, this man, Mike Arnold, has been able to vindicate, like every other same mind, have been able to vindicate Biafran Republic government in exile, have been able to vindicate His Excellency Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere, has been able to vindicate His Excellency Honorable Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa Joko, has been able to vindicate His Excellency Hamadike I of Biafra land, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mike Arnold has vindicated the Biafran who opted out for a free nation because of the atrocities of the Nigerian terrorist state. The same way that the Nigerian government is covering the Christian persecutions and the killings, the Islamization agenda, the terrorism that they are financing, is the same way they are trying to cover their atrocities in Biafran territories. The reason why what is happening in every mentioned place, like Arnold mentioned in this video, such atrocities, the reason why it is not happening in Biafra land is because we have our land, our women, children. The reason in Biafran territory is because the Biafran Defense Forces are there to protect our territory. Because the Brgie government have put in place measures to protect the Biafra, to protect our people from the activities of the terrorist Nigerian state. That is the reason why these atrocities is not majorly happening in Biafran territories, but in areas that they don't have defense forces of their own, people are suffering under Nigeria. The people are being killed under Nigeria, and the Nigerian security agencies are looking the other way around because they are complicit in these criminal activities of the terrorists. So, my wonderful dear friends, I will relax, sit back, and listen to all these atrocities that the Nigerian government have committed. And as they commit it, they try to cover it. They tried to cover it. In fact, they even are paying people, image makers, in order to cover this atrocity that them themselves are committing against the indigenous people. It is quite unfortunate. Very, very sad indeed that this is happening in the century. This is happening at this time that people eyes have opened At this time that people are fighting to survive, this is the time that the Nigerian government have embarked upon their total Islamization in that evil contraption called Nigeria. It is very, very sad, and it's very, very unfortunate. And that is the reason why we are calling on you, Biafrans, all over the world. The Biafran Defense Forces, under the Biafran Republic, are responsible for the peace and tranquility that you have in Biafran territory. Defense forces are the ones who are prevent the Nigerian government atrocity from happening in Biafran territories. Even if they are happening at a larger scale that it is happening in the other parts of the Nigerian state. So you have a responsibility to continue to support the Biafran Defense Forces. And if you have not supported, please, this is the time now, and support. Very, very important. This is the time to join and support. This is the time to now join and support. Because without the Biafran Defense Forces in place, what you see happening in Benue State, in every other state in that evil contraption called Nigeria, in Biafra land. But because the Biafran defense are there, it can never happen. We are going to that from happening. And the way you can prevent that from happening is by funding the Biafran Defense Forces so that they will prevent that from happening. They will prevent the terrorist Nigerian state from killing our people. That is the only way.
Some Americans
We
on a fact-finding mission, and I'll introduce them. This is Mayor Mike Arnold, Republican elected mayor of the city of Blanco, and this is F. Gibbs.
Yes, this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate of the ultimate. After the fact findings, or after the fact finders, okay, they now have an opportunity after the fact findings by Mayor Arnold and Jeff Bowles. This is their press conference that they called. They called the world, they called Nigerians, including those who sent them from America, that this is their findings after days of interviews, days of visits to very stipulated places. Because when Reno Omokri invited them to Nigeria, he specified certain areas that they were to travel to. And he met, you listen to what he said, and people that he wanted them to go and visit, which they went and visited. So this is now their feeling to give the verdict of what they found out. What they found out after their fact finding, and to determine whether there was genocide committed against Christians or there were no genocides. So you are going to listen. Are they going to take us? They are going to take us through that fact finding. And I want you to think to what Mike Arnold said, because it is very, very important. Here, he sucker punched the Nigerian government. He sucker punched. I don't know whether it's below the belt or in their jaws. In fact, all over their body, including Reno. Omokri could not speak because they expected him to lie. They expected him to come and be politically correct. They expected him to, they gave him a hero's welcome. They treated him well, took him to many places with security, gave him everything that he needed, even asked him if he may need a contract in Nigeria, if he wants, if he's interested in doing business, they are going to fund it, they are going to help him, they are going to make sure that he gets it at. They promise him heaven and earth. But this man in this press conference told you that he is not a hungry man, that he is not taking anything from Nigeria. Nigeria cannot bribe him. Neither is he going to be funded by America. He is only coming here to say the truth. And the reason why he was so vocal, the reason why he stood his ground was primarily because he has been in Nigeria over 15 times. He has visited IDP camps. He has interviewed people who are directly affected by the Boko Haram menace. He also knew that the Nigerian government have done little or nothing to help the victims of this genocide. He knew all those things. So it is his conscience will not judge, it will be very, very, bad if he now comes to lie on the national television because of what he's going to get from Nigeria. He stood his ground, and it was here that he punched Reno Omokri on this ugly face. It was he punched the Nigerian government in their face, including their own media. So they Mike Arnold is not a contemporary man. He's just the likes of Mazen Nandekano and Mazi Simon Ekwanjoku. He is just the likes of Donald. People that can say the truth and damn the consequences. So I'm going to play it. You might have listened to it, but I'm going to play it. I will let it roll. Then, if we have time, I'm going to take it bit by bit for you to understand actually what happened in this briefing. What happened in this briefing? What happened in this briefing is something Nigerian government never expected. Nigerian government never did. They didn't expect it. So, and they thought it's going to go their way, but unfortunately, it is not going their way. Mike Arnold stood to his own conviction, God, for everything.
We have here some Americans finding mission, and I'll introduce. This is Mayor Michael, Republican elected mayor of the city of Blankets, and this is Jeff, filmmaker, prominent filmmaker from the US. And beside me, I have the second.
Actually, I don't know why this.
Islam, and he's going to.
Oh my God, happen now. Allow me, network, allow me to do this. 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 I don't know.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Professor Omokri, the Secretary General of JNI National Headquarters, Nigeria.
I'll be wondering why is Khan not here? We did meet with Khan, finders met with Khan before they met with JNI. It was important to me, and they had a fruitful conversation. If any of you have read this day, on the front page of today's this day, you're going to see.
I don't want this. So before we continue, see if, because this to be very, very clear so that everybody gets the gist of what is playing out here. I don't want I want this to come out clean. I want it to come out clean so that we can be able to get a clear view what they are going to say here. Very, very important. I want us I don't want all this back and forth, so I expect to have a very fluent conversation.
The deliberations, and so they've met with JNI, they met with Altons, they've also been to and Mike and Jeff Gibbs have around this country. Now, the thing is, when all this information about a Christian genocide in Nigeria began, actually,
No, I don't want this to happen because I want to have a very wonderful and free flow conversation. So I want this video to be very, very clear. I don't want it to be breaking. So let me, before then, there is one song, one documentary that was made. I want us to It's one documentary. Yeah, I don't really want this to disturb. I want a very clear video evidence of what I'm saying. So I want a very clear evidence so that our people will be, you know, our people will have a clue of what happened. But let me play the voice. Let me play this. Oh my God. So that we use it to warn the studio.
Today they will tell us they are here, tomorrow they are here. Everybody knows within our area, but we will not see any action taking place. That is to say, sir, we need this Senate to tell the armed forces to be reporting progress so that state by state. Otherwise, it will be a mess of all issues and we will not be seeing progress. Sir, I beg you that time is right now, that this problem is solvable. We have seen progress. We should not allow this progress to be derailed. We should pursue these people so that our next election can be peaceful and sustainable. And we have something to sell to our people, sir. This is the only thing I want to take. If I get protected in my environment, please keep your roads, keep your schools. I just want to be safe. And that is the message we are sending to the Senate. Please save our life and our people. We are not bothered about roads now or schools. Please, lives. Our people's life are in danger. Thank you very much, sir.
Senator, this is another senator talking to the Senate president and his colleagues that their life is more precious and more important than the road construction or every amenity that they are bringing to their community. Then, but this is a vindication of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's short video that I want to play now, because all these people have an agenda.
People must come out to say enough is enough. When you travel to the north, do you live in the forest in the north? The Igbo people are in Sabangari in Kanu. Are they living in house land? Are they living in the forest? They came to the town. They work very hard. They build houses. They build mansions. They develop the entire place. Is that not what they do? What are Fulani people doing in our forest? Nobody can answer that question. They say that they're pastoralists. World aspiring to be a member of the UN Security Council, where you move cattle from place to place. Are you people well at all? You so-called Nigerians, are you normal in the brain? I'm asking you a simple question. Show me a country that aspires to be in the 21st century, moving cattle from place to place. Telling me they're grazing. Which country is that? Please tell me. These are people they have prepared for you to sell you down the drain. By the time the Fulanis are done with you, believe you me, if you don't rise up now to fight for your freedom, by the time Fulanis are done with you, you'll be more useless than a house.
By the time the Fulanis are done with you, you will be more useless than the Hausa peasant. Yes, this is one of the reasons why our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is in detention. This is the detention.
Jeff Gibbs,
a filmmaker, a prominent filmmaker from the US, and beside me I have this General of Jamaatul Nasir, and he's going to introduce himself, sir.
Well, good afternoon all. My name is Professor Omokri, the Secretary General of GNI National Nigeria.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
You might we did meet with Khan. With Khan before, and that it was important to me. We had a fruitful conversation. So if any of you have read this day, on the front page of this day, you going to see celebrations, and so they've met with Khan. They've met with JNI, they've met with other persons. They've also been IDP camps. And Mayor Mike and Jeffrey have been around this country. Now, the thing is, when this information about a Christian genocide in Nigeria began, the first mention of that started on September 26th, because the
People must come out to say that enough is enough. When you travel to the north, do you live in the forest in the north? The Igbo people are in Kano. Are they living of course, in the forest? They came to the town. They work very hard. They build houses. They build mansions. They develop the entire place. Is that not what they do? What are Fulani people doing in our forest? Nobody can answer that question. They say that they're pastoralists. What are sparing of the UN Security Council cattle from place to place? Are you people well at all? You Nigerians, are you normal in the brain? I'm asking you a simple question. Show me a that aspires to be in the 1st century moving cattle from place to place. Telling me that which country that? Please tell me. These are people they have prepared for. By the time the Fulanis are done with you, believe you me, if you don't fight for your freedom, by the time Fulanis are done with you, you'll be more useless peasant. And if you allow yourselves to be deceived, things can only get worse. Fulani terrorists will take over your land. Time and time again, I have warned you on this very matter, but you never ever listened. Because in this life, what goes around, if you support evil today because you're benefiting, eventually that evil will overwhelm you.
If you support evil today because you are benefiting, eventually that evil is going to overwhelm you. That is what our leader wants each and every one of you to understand.
Well, thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Jim Moran. I served in the United States Congress for approximately a quarter of a century. I began to represent Elias Gerasulis is my partner. This is primarily Elias's account, but I'm going to be working with him. While I was in the Congress, I was on the committee that funds defense and State Department foreign operations, as well as the Foreign Relations Committee. I have an interest in Africa. I was a principal co-sponsor of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. But most importantly, I do believe that Biafran independence is a just and noble cause. And I trust that you have a bright future ahead. We will try to your independence. We can't promise because the politics is not a predictable situation in the United States today, and justice is not always served, but we will work towards that objective. I appreciate the opportunity to work on behalf of the Biafran people, and at this point, let me turn it over to Elias. Elias?
Oh, thank you. It's an honor to be working with you on this, and we appreciate your lending your support, someone of your prestige and staff. That association would be so critical. So thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, and dear Biafrans in the United States and around the world. My name is Elias Gerasulis, and I am a good friend and colleague of Congressman Moran, and we are your new lobbyists here in Washington, D.C. However, you should know that we are more than just your lobbyists. We are fellow freedom fighters in the struggle for the liberation by Biafra. And similar to how your compatriots and the Biafran Defense Forces are securing your freedom on the homeland, we will be fighting for your free political and diplomatic battlefield here in Washington, D.C. Sure that all these U.S. officials, all these congressmen and senators understand that the Biafran independence movement is a pure democratic civilian uprising against injustice, the very same one that we had in the United States when we declared on the British 200 years ago. On a personal level, I knew I had to get involved, not only because of my belief in the Biafran, my belief in His Excellency, the Prime Minister. As I got to know the Prime Minister, I could see that he has remarkable leadership qualities and vision. And I knew that instinctively that he was a man of destiny and that he will have a very important impact in Africa in the years to come. And I thought it was a personal duty to assist him. Already, the Prime Minister has made remarkable progress and has outsmarted the Nigerian system in many ways. The Prime Minister has done this with the self-referendum. He has done this with opening diplomatic liaison offices around the world. And I think by establishing a proper Biafran lobby in Washington, D.C., the Prime Minister has delivered his master stroke. And if you can look at the Nigerian media and the social media, you will see that this is something that's been highly publicized. And because they understand the moment that the United States starts to gain more support for the Biafran cause, it will be a game changer. Because when the United States leads, other countries follow. Congressman Moran and myself are your voice to the U.S. Congress, your voice to the White House, your voice to the State Department, your voice to the highest offices in this great land. And we will not stop until achieved. Long live a free, independent, and sovereign Biafra. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that brilliant speech there. Lawyers, we are happy to have you on board, and we have a lot of things to do together. Thank you. Particular, appearance today is just to present you to the Biafrans in the United States. As I made my promise, fulfilled it. It is now that we go out there and do what we do best for the interest of Biafra.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's our honor, and we look forward to serving you in the cause. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Nice to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. It was a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Chimora. Thank you.
Good afternoon, fellow Biafrans. This is the 11th day of November 2024, and I am here again to respond to a question by somebody who just asked me, Prime Minister, what do we do to sustain the peace and security we've brought to Biafra land? And I told him, and I said, I am going to make this video to respond because I know many people are going to be asking the same question. So here is my response. The only way to sustain the peace that we have brought to Biafra territory and to the Biafra people is to make sure that Nigeria never breed within our territory. The Nigeria Terrorist Army, Nigeria Terrorist State Police, and every arm carrying person under Nigeria within the territory must not be allowed to breed, because they are the main cause of insecurity. They are the terrorists that have been terrorizing people, facilitating the attack against indigenous people, and shielding these ragtag terrorists when they come to kill. So we are not going to allow them to breed in Biafra territory until Biafra become an independent state, recognized under international community and the United Nations. I want you to take a look at where Nigeria is breeding, how the security situation are in those places. Take a look in Yoruba land. Nigeria is breeding in Yoruba land. 29,000 people have been reportedly killed by the Fulani terrorists. Look at the northwest, where Nigeria is breeding. There are many terrorist groups springing up on daily basis. Innocent women and children are being neutralized every day. Take a look in the Middle Belt, where Nigeria is breeding. There are people who have given birth to their children inside IDP camp. And many of those children are today 19 years of age. What does that tell you? It means that people have actually left and fled their ancestral land and have been living in IDP camp for more than 19 years. And without any plan for them to reclaim their land. Their land is now being occupied by strangers. Who are those strangers? The fighters that were actually killing the people and chasing them out of their own land. Is breeding in the Middle Belt. And that's the reason why we decided that The solution to sustain this security in our land is to make sure that Nigeria never breed. And that's what Simon Ekpa is leading. Thank you very much. May God bless you. Good afternoon, fellow Biafrans. This is the 11th of November 2024, and I am here again to respond to a question by somebody who just asked me, Prime Minister, what do we do to sustain peace and security we've brought to Biafra land? And I told him, and I said, I am going to make this video to respond because I know many people are going to be asking the same question. So here is my response. The only way to sustain the peace that we have brought to our territory and to the Biafra people is to make sure that Nigeria never breed within our territory. Nigeria terrorist army, Nigeria state police, and every arm carrying person under Nigeria within the Biafra territory must not be to breed, because they are the main cause of insecurity. They are the terrorists that have been terrorizing people, facilitating the attack against indigenous people, and shielding these rat terrorists when they come to kill. So we are not going to allow them to breed in Biafra territory until Biafra become an independent state, recognized under international community and the United Nations. I want you to take a look at where Nigeria is breeding, how the security situation are in those places. Take a look in Yoruba land. Nigeria is breeding in Yoruba land. 29,000 people have been reportedly killed by the Fulani terrorists. Look at the northeast, northwest is breeding. Many terrorist groups springing up on a daily basis. Innocent women and children are being neutralized every day. Take a look in the middle belt, where there are people who have given birth to their children inside IDP camp, and many of those children are today 19 years of age. What does that tell you? It means that people have actually left and fled their ancestral land and have been living in IDP camp for more than 19 years. And without any plan for them to reclaim their land. Their land is now occupied by strangers. Who are those strangers? The fighters that were actually killing the people and chasing them out of their own land. Nigeria is breeding in the Middle Belt. And that's the reason why we decided that the solution to maintain this security in our land is to make sure that Nigeria never breed. And that's what Simon Ekpa is leading. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
mission, and I'll introduce them. This is Mayor Mike Arnold, Republican elected mayor. Blanco in Texas, and Jeff Gibbs, filmmaker from the US.
I don't actually know why this video is breaking, but when I play other videos, they don't break. I don't actually know why.
And beside me, of the Secretary General.
I don't know why. I can't say why. I'm just surprised that it doesn't want me to play it or whatever. I don't know what is actually the problem. But the truth of the matter is that in this, a lot of truth were unveiled by Mayor Arnold, the former Mayor Arnold. You know, he came for a fact-finding mission. He found the facts and he told the facts. He didn't want to be influenced by terrorist Nigerian state. He said it before even the press conference. He took nothing from Nigeria. He does not expect any reward from America either. He has come to tell the truth. He has come to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So what I heard from him here is nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth is what he came here to say. Being somebody who has a lot of documentaries about the atrocities of the Nigerian state, is aware of what is happening. He knows what is happening. He knows what has happened. And he doesn't want to paint a pic of what is not the real deal. That is why he put his life on the line. Because it takes guts, it takes courage for somebody to come out from America. Of course, Nigerian funny is an American citizen. They called him for this fact finding, and he should be under their protection. So whatever they do to him, the American government will not take it easy. That was why he has to be protected, and he has to say the truth, because he said that it is only the truth that stands the test of time. And I wish this video can allow me to play it. I don't know. Please, can this video allow me to play it? Can this video allow me to play? Can this video allow me to play, people will understand what is actually happening. Because the Nigerian government have lied to its citizens, continue to lie to its
elected mayor of the city of Blanco in Texas.
I'm going to play it. I wish you people can. Oh my God, I don't actually understand why the video is not playing.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press,
unless I can play it, I can play the audio here. Even the network sometimes ceases. I can't see nothing. It just hangs. I don't know the reason why. I don't actually understand it. Now I'm just hanging. I can't do nothing. It is not even bringing anything to the screen. I don't actually know. I don't know actually what my network is doing to me in this moment. So, Biafran, the bottom line is that just like what our APM is doing in Washington, D.C., it is yielding a lot of positive results. That result is what you see today. That result is what is happening. That result is what the Nigerian government are crying about. They are crying, crying, crying. They are crying.
we have here some Americans on a fact-finding mission, and I'll introduce them. This is Mayor Mike Arnold, Republican elected mayor of the city of Texas, and this is Jeff Gibbs, filmmaker, prominent filmmaker from the U.S., and beside me, I have the Secretary General of Jamaatul Nasser Islam, and he's going to introduce himself, sir.
Good afternoon all. My name is Professor Omokri.
Okay, what I'm going to do is
Secretary General of JNI National Headquarters.
I'm going to try to play it from my audio here. You'll be hearing audio, but I want you to know it is the same video, okay? Let me see if I can play it from here so that all these disruptions will not continue to happen. Because the disruption is so much and the
Nigeria.
The disruption is so much and
you might be wondering why is Khan not here. We did meet with Khan.
So I'm playing it from here so that I'm going to be playing it from here so that I need a coherent video to play directly so that people will understand.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, and we have here Americans on and this is real
Please, if you can hear me, please, on the comment section, send me a message or send a message that you can hear me on the comment section. Send a message that you can hear me on the comment section. Please, if you can hear me, please, on the comment section, send me a message or send a message that you can hear me on the comment section. Okay, I can hear myself now, so we are going to go. Send it. Okay, like I was saying, I'm having some challenges here. I don't know whether it's network issue, but it's really disturbing. It's really giving me a concern. I don't know why. Okay, I don't actually understand why. I don't understand why I can't. The network is really disturbing me. Okay, let me try once again and see if the video will play once again, because that is the foundation of the broadcast. That is where I am basing this broadcast on. So I need this video to, if it is not going to play fluently, then I need to play it, the audio, but I want everybody to get the gist. Send a link for people to make their contribution, because it was a very big slap.
And this Jeff Gibbs, filmmaker, prominent filmmaker, US. Beside me, I have the Secretary General of Islam and myself. Sir,
good afternoon. My name is Professor Omokri. I'm the Secretary General of JNI National Headquarters, Nigeria.
You might be wise not here. We did the fact finders made the can before they made JNI, and that it was important to, and they had a fruitful conversation. So if any of you have read this day, on the front page of today's day, you're going to see the deliberations. And so they've met with CAN, they've JNI, they've met with other persons, they've also been IDP camps, and Mayor Mike and Jeff Gibbs have been around this country. Now, the thing is, when the information about a crusade in Nigeria began, actually the function of that started on September 26th. I just reached out because the feeling back home is that it was against Nigeria, it was propaganda against Nigeria, it was to undermine Nigeria. But I just felt that the people who were saying these things, they meant well, and the reason why they were saying it because they did not have the right information. And so before they came here, the fact finders actually briefed Senator Ted Cruz and Chip Roy, and when they go back, they will be taking the truth to American hand over the mic to Arnold, who's going to address you on their findings so far. And after he speaks, Jeff will speak, and then we'll take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. This is a very important time. I am curious, if you're a journalist or a reporter person, can you raise your hand just so I know who's... All right, very good. Thank you so much. I do want to give you clarification on a couple things. We've been a little bit rushed. I'm Mayor Mike Arnold, like good luck Jonathan. I completed my term a few months ago. I'm not the current seated mayor of the city of Blanco. I just didn't want understanding there. I'm a personal friend of Ted Cruz. I met him once about 10 years ago when I at an event, and he was going down the line and I shook his hand. I know people in his office, but I'm not a personal friend. Also, and while I may tend to vote for Republican candidates, I haven't been involved in a political about 30 years. I'm really not a political person. In fact, the mayor's job for Texas, like a lot of towns, is not a partisan position. Nobody knows what party. It's a small town, and we fix roads and schedule parades and things like that. So, just wanted to clarify those things. I'm not a politician. I am a construction company for my livelihood. I am not behind any political party here or there. I'm an independent voice.
Oh my God, sorry. I messed it up. Oh my gosh. I'm bringing it back so that we continue. I'm bringing it back, guys. Sorry for that breach, because I wanted to do something, so mistakenly it went off. Sorry, it's quite unfortunate. Yeah, so
And this is Jeff Gibbs, prominent filmmaker from the US. And beside me, I have the Secretary General of Jamatul Nam, and he's going to introduce himself.
Well, my name is Professor Omokri. I'm the Secretary of GNI National Headquarters, Nigeria.
You might be wondering why is Khan not here? Meet with Khan. The fact finders met with Khan before they met with, and that it was important to me. And they had so if any of you have read this day, on the front page of today's this day, you're going to see the deliberations. They've met with Khan, they've met with JNI, they've met with other persons. They've also been to camps, and Mayor Mike and Jeff Gibbs have been on this country. Now, the thing is, when all of this information about Christian genocide in Nigeria began, actually the first mention of that started on September 26th. And I just reached because the feeling back home is that it was agenda against Nigeria, it was propaganda against Nigeria, it was to own Nigeria. But I just felt that the people who were saying these things, they meant well. And the reason why they were saying it is because they did not have the right information. And so before they came here, the fact finders actually briefed Senator Ted Cruz and Congressman Chip Roy, and they go back, they will be taking the truth to their policymakers. Now, without further ado, I'm going to hand over the mic to Mike Arnold, who's going to address you on their findings. So, and after he speaks, Jeff will, and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. T
some questions.
Thank you for being. This is a very important time. I am curious. If you're a reporter or media person, you raise your hand so I know who's. All right. Very good. Thank you. I do want to give a clarification on a couple things. We've been a little bit rushed. I'm Mayor Mike Arnold. Like good luck, Jonathan. Is President. Good luck, Jonathan. I did my term a few months ago. I'm not the current mayor of the city of Blanco. I didn't want any misunderstanding there. I am not a personal friend. I met him once about 10 years ago when I at an event and went down the line and I shook his hand. So I know people in his office. I'm not a personal friend. Also, and while I may tend to vote for Republican candidates, I haven't been involved in a political party in about 30 years. So I'm really not a political. In fact, the mayor's job for my town in Texas, like a lot of towns, is not a partisan position. Nobody knows me. It's a small town, and we roads and schedule parades and things like that. So just wanted to clarify those things. I'm not a politician. I have an election company that for my livelihood. I am not beholden to any political party here or there. I'm an independent voice, and I just wanted to make sure that that's established. I want to also briefly why I'm here. People ask, why is this American come over here and say these things? My first trip to Nigeria, this is my 16th trip to Nigeria. My first was in 20, and I was accompanied a fellow who became Papa, my mentor, Professor John Ofebu. He lived in the United States, but he was a very proud Nigerian. He loved this country. He gave his life for this country. And in fact, this will shock most Nigerians. He was offered on multiple occasions, and he always turned it down. I don't know any Nigerians would do that. I know people that would kill for that, but turn it down because he didn't want any split loyalties. He lived in any way about 11 years ago as a man. We crossed this country over several years together, and I grew to love the country too, and the people, and have great hope for it. I consider this my second home. And in the past, he prayerfully put his mantle on me, and that I endeavored to be a good steward of that, to his legacy. He was the founder of the International Coalition of Reconcilers, and Unity for Africa. He was a man of unity, a man of peace, who loved the country and this country too. It's my second home. Speaking of home, I do want to say I want to be here longer. I would love to meet everybody and talk and answer questions and all that. When we were preparing to depart, to come here, my 4-year-old son Parker was rushed to the hospital. He had been having an ailment for quite a while, fever, trouble eating, did every kind of test imaginable for over a week, and they finally determined it was an advanced infection. And he went to the hospital, and I'm thankful that we were able to get return tickets. I need to be back there with my family. So we're leaving actually today, our views. And so my regrets, I'm just thankful that we were able to get this done. Very important. Another thing, when I was invited on this, I sent a message that said, what is expected of me? And the answer was, message back, just tell the truth. And so that's what I'm here to do. It's not an easy thing. I told my host probably lose some friends today. I know this is a very contentious and divisive issue, a lot of, on both sides. And I appreciate the freedom of the assignment, but heavy weight. Truth, what is truth? Is an accurate an assertion of reality.
It's an accurate picture. That's what truth is. What is real? What is really there? That's what truth is. And truth is the only thing ultimately that's attainable. It's the only thing that can bring us together. If one side or any side or anybody has built anything or advanced anything that's not firmly on the truth, it simply can't last. And so I've been very careful. I've been nice ever since I got invited. Pretty much full-time, late into the night. I've been researching, talking to experts, spent considerable time, retired U.S. ambassador friend of mine, a long-time human rights attorney, journalists, and others, because the truth is important. And I say, nobody can say that what they're going to speak or present is 100% true. Very best I could do it. It's very well validated and backed up and supported, documented. And I can also guarantee this, it's going to be, everybody on every side is going to be a little bit uncomfortable with what I say. I would ask you to bear with me to the conclusion, because that's what's important. There have been I misunderstandings, misconceptions, miscommunications, and agendas on every side of this. And I've attempted to throw those out the window on the facts. So if anybody's a little, just bear with me. I think it's equally uncomfortable because that's what the truth is, right? I mean, it should be, but it should be good sense of comfort as we all hopefully get more grounded in the reality, in the truth. And I've typed up my remarks, and we got copies for the journalists. It's a formal statement on widespread violence and displacement in Nigeria. One of the contributors that's listed is U.S. Ambassador Louis Luck. Spent considerable time, and he's done a lot of work. He was an ambassador to Swaziland. He was also the #1 person in charge of rebuilding Iraq after the war, in charge of rebuilding Haiti after the earthquake, and former fruit program. So he has stature, and he's put his name on here. There are other experts that value their privacy in this day of social media. If a journalist wants to dig deeper, I'd be happy to make personal connections with any of my sources. So you can, if you don't trust me, maybe you can do your own digging. That's what I encourage everybody to do. Don't ever take anybody's word for anything. Don't ever, specifically, if it's in the Nigerian newspapers, no offense to anybody, but there's often times twists there that don't line up with reality. Do your own homework, do your own research, search your own soul, and always seek the truth, because that's what's sustainable and that's what always wins. The truth always wins. I'm going to start, I'm just going to read it because it is important, like I said, verbatim in the document that will be distributed. It's also will be posted online. I can read this. But I'm going to read it because I don't want to make any mistakes. I don't want to deviate. Purpose and credentials. My name is Mike Arnold. I recently served as the elected mayor of the city of Blanco, Texas. I first visited in 2010 as a board deputy for Africa. Since then, I've made 15 trips, including 6 extended investigative missions since 2019. I founded Africa Rise and International Africa Rise USA 2019, along with my covenant brother, Pastor Jed DeGrace. I have frequently been quoted in top newspapers and TV here, and a couple viral videos too. I've never extracted anything from Nigeria. I've never taken anything home but souvenirs and small gifts. My closest and most trusted friends are native Nigerians. I come only to give, serve, and stand with the people and nation I dearly love as my second home. I was personally invited here today by Reno Omokri, and I got a call last Sunday morning, from Reno Omokri. He was on the line with the National Security Advisor, and me to this fact-finding trip and to come give a report. The sole stated written charge given to me for this trip is simply to certain key people and then declare the truth. I know it's at stake and take this very seriously. While my plane ticket and accommodations have been paid for, asked for, been offered, nor received any invitation or promise of compensation, and no duress either. I've been given freedom. I'm connected in any way or compensate the U.S. government. And I don't advocate any policy. I'm not reporting for them, I'm not speaking for them, and I'm not advocating any policy. That's not my role here. I'm here independently, and this statement is made without coercion or inducement of any kind. I also note that numerous top U.S. officials have been briefed in our personal of my being here, the purpose of my trip, and my specific itinerary and expected return. At their request, I'm providing updates as to my status. These include, but are not limited to, Senator from the state of Texas, my state, Ted Cruz, and Congressman Chip Roy, the White House, U.S. State Department and Acting Ambassador, as well as a Pulitzer Prize from the New York Times and their international. So a lot of people are waiting for this. Also note that as I present this statement, it is being simultaneously not only to these people who are awaiting it, but also posted online for all to access. This statement is my formal account and an analysis of facts, findings, and documentation of widespread claims of widespread violence, displacement, and ethnic crimes in Nigeria, primarily against Christian populations in the North and Middle Belt claims, and whether this rises to the level of genocide. Let me just pause there. This is heavy. This is serious. It's not something to play with. It's addressed to international observers, human rights bodies, and policymakers in the United States and abroad. We've traveled to cities, villages, and remote encampments, Bokos, Jos, and Gwoza, to Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Kuma, Makoko, and all over in these last 6 years. I've interviewed governors, cabinet ministers, traditional rulers, 2 presidents of high standing, and others. I've met orphans whose parents were hacked to death. I've helped them. I've built schools in persons, IDP camps, and documented over 80 hours of filmed testimony and evidence at great personal risk. To be released on our documentary film, Miss Hannatu. My findings carry the weight of direct personal experience. Nigeria in 2010, a nation at peace. In 2010, Nigeria was a beacon of rising charity and religious tolerance, often cited as the only country where radicalism was being pushed back. Attacks were rare and sparked national outrage. IDPs were effectively zero, with only minimal displacement from localized conflicts. A stark contrast to the crisis that followed, marked by a 12% surge in IDPs the very next year, 2011, due to Boko Haram's escalation. The prior absence of displacement crisis is both verifiable and damning, because today there's not an accurate count, because I know we have schools and camps that the government of the world, including Nigerian government, deny. So the quoted figures of 3 to 4 million internally people is clearly low, and I've heard numbers as many as, in fact, the first time we talked, you said 9 million. What's changed since then? By 2014, Nigeria's stability was shattered. Meddling, including U.S. involvement, played a pivotal role in the 2015 election, enabling regime change that emboldened actors who ignored or enabled extremist violence. High-placed eyewitness testimony confirms this interference, with firms like Cambridge Analytica further skewing the political landscape. Radical jihadists, fueled by foreign fighters from the Sahel, post-2011 Arab Spring, many who say were invited, not invaded at that stage, flooded into Nigeria, amplifying Boko Haram and ISWAP. Today, over 1 million Nigerians are displaced, a very conservative estimate. Based on, in my part, in part on my work in hidden camps, and officials who label these IDPs officially as criminals or vagrants. I'm going to pause there for 1 second to make this point, because it's very clear that Nigerians understand this. We did groundbreaking for a school at an IDP camp 2 years ago, and several journalists wrote articles about it. My works were, and the whole purpose of this, what we do is we build camps and schools and IDP camps, and that was the whole purpose of this. The news report said that we build schools in rural communities. Took out the whole idea of IDPs. If reality, if truth is the only way for unity, and truth is the only thing sustainable, the Nigerian media, at least the ones in my experience, I don't know where they get off changing my words to sterilize it. If you work for a paper and you're not a journalist, you're a propagandist, and you're for shame. Nigeria cannot heal, it cannot advance, it cannot succeed if the people of this country rely on your words to understand the truth and you're lying to them. Sorry, we got a little bit off track, but that's reality, okay? This is too important. Don't change my words. The vast majority of the IDPs are Christians, driven from their homes by deliberate, political, and radical conquest, while mostly Muslim IDP camps do exist. One of those serves an entirely Muslim population, several hundred children. Our team's 2019, our team has conducted relentless research at great personal risk. We've interviewed survivors across multiple states. We've operated in 2 IDP camps for both Christians and Muslims, with a 3rd under construction, with a present total of 550 students. We provide free, high-quality education, and we get to hear their stories and their parents' stories. Firsthand, eyewitness. We filmed camps the UN and Nigerian government deny exist. We recorded numerous IDP testimonials. We have, in fact, a YouTube channel, My Voice Matters, first-hand eyewitness testimony. In late 2024, my team visited and filmed in Ngoshe, in Gwoza, LGA, Borno State, a once thriving Christian farming community, now post-apocalyptic. Recent 2025 attacks confirming devastation with surviving Christian bind to militarized zones, relieving risks, abduction, or execution. Another aside, I wasn't, of course, able there, but the team that did connected with a small group there that have a small church that's in the protected zone. And it was not long ago got sent roundabout a Boko Haram video with members of this church having their head off with dull axes. Okay? Those were our friends. Our first-hand proof exposes a reality ignored by officials. Many people of Gwoza have been refugees in Cameroon for over a decade, abandoned area, while those who return languish in their homelands occupied by Boko Haram as the seat of its capital. Consistent pattern of destruction. Across regions and years, we've documented a chilling pattern. Churches destroyed when they came in Ngoshe, all 6 churches were burned, no mosques were burned. Christian homes torched, jihadis settled and captured lands, deny or excuse the attacks. While some Muslims resisting extremism are targeted, absolutely, the peaceful Muslims are targeted. Filming evidence, thousands of churches raised selective violence leads some to claim this is a based genocide against Christians and those reject Islam. That's what some claim. What drives this violence? From the highest level and the deepest research, and there's 3 primary drivers. It's not chaos, but it's calculated. One, radical, I think we all would refute and repudiate, but radical Islamic conquest, Armed groups, bolstered by foreign fighters from Libya, Sahel, post-Arab Spring, seek to impose extremist ideology with local enablers and protection described by eyewitnesses as jihad by occupation. Mineral extraction. A former president is the one that pointed me in this direction. Nigeria, according to the government's estimates, which in my humble opinion are probably way low, Nigeria loses $9 billion annually to illicit mining of gold, lithium. Oftentimes these communities that are wiped out, you go back after and there's mounds of dirt from strip mining. $9 billion a year. And again, the government's estimates, with a significant portion estimated to be 10% funding violence and corruption. That's $900 million a year, at least, that's funding the violence and does this. That needs to be investigated. Heavy machinery and foreign buyers appear dissidents, exploiting lands of the displaced. Politically realignment, war in some cases, and again, let me say this, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not saying just because an official here does it, that's an indictment of the entire government. But war often masquerades as politics. Local government areas overrun, electoral districts redrawn by force, militants resettled, and each given 4 abducted wives to skew demographics, dismantling communities deemed inconvenient. This is fully documented. It shouldn't be debated. I'm just going to go where the facts let me. There's a euphemism of farmer-herder clashes. Yes, those have happened for generations. The term farmer-herder clashes is, in many instances today, is cynical doublespeak, weaponizing historical land disputes to mask jihadist conquest. For herders and farmers coexisted with very rarely lethal disputes. Now, villages are systematically razed, church level, and tens of thousands dead. This is a systematic terror and not grazing conflicts. A lie akin to calling Bosnia's ethnic cleansing a neighborhood spat. Targeted deadly attacks of the same, whether labeled herders, bandits, or insurgents. The puppets may change, but the same forces pull the strings. A jihadi by any other name is just as deadly. Mincing words over labels appears to be intentional obfuscation. Now, at what level the people just say that's what was reported, and honest people can repeat things that are not accurate, that are not true. Again, not indicting anybody. But in many of these instances, I would, if you're told it's a farmer-herder clash, I would compel you to dig deeper. While global attention often focuses on Boko Haram and ISWAP, the majority of killings and displacements across the Middle Belt are in fact carried out by radical Islamist Fulani ethnic militia. Numerous field reports, satellite imagery, survivor testimonies confirm that these militant groups, often under political protection and mislabeled as herders, are responsible for the most widespread systematic attacks on Christian farming communities. Their campaigns extend well beyond traditional grazing disputes, encompassing organized massacres, forced displacement, and occupation of conquered lands. Today, these militias represent the single most lethal terrorist for internal stability, surpassing Boko Haram and ISWAP combined frequency and civilian death toll. The crime of obfuscation. I've personally seen ongoing efforts by officials and their loyal media to bury the truth, sanitizing massacres as conflict, labeling displaced survivors, vagrants, and criminals, refusing to name perpetrators, not confusion is complicity. Play semantic games while people die is beyond obscene. There can be no solution to play word games to hide the truth. And again, I'm not saying that everybody these things are doing it intentionally whatsoever, but at some level, there is a lot of manipulation taking place to hide the truth. So let's get to the conclusion, because this is a legal definition of genocide. That's the question here. And it's not a vague thing. You don't want it to be. And I start with my conclusion. I started with the evidence. Per Article 2 of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, 1948, 1948. Genocide includes acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. It's killing members of the group, causing seriously bodily or mental conditions to bring about physical destruction, preventing births within the group, forcibly transferring children to another group. This is the legal international definition of genocide. The evidence is undeniable: targeted killings, mass displacement, destruction of churches, denial of aid, and erasure of Christian identity. My conclusion, my formal findings: an objective expert and eyewitness, a long-time lover and traveler throughout Nigeria with access at the highest levels, based on more than 5 years of field interviews, first-hand documentation, and deep consultation with top states and legal experts, and I'm happy to introduce you to all of that. And this document has more than 15 citations. I declare this without any shadow of a doubt. The violence and displacement in northern and middle belt Nigeria does indeed calculated current and long-running genocide against Christian communities and other religious minorities without any reasonable doubt. To continue to deny this is to be complicit with these atrocities. I say this not in anger, but truth and grief. My stated assignment from my host was to speak the truth, and I have done that to the best of my ability. I believe Nigeria has a bright future. I believe in Christian-Muslim harmony. I believe good people of every tribe and faith and party must stand against this evil, but first we must name it. Here I stand. So help me God.
Wow, that was very much interesting. Very interesting, my wonderful people. I want you to reminiscent over what you just listened to. I want you to reminiscent on what you have just listened to. Okay? I want you to think about what you just listened to. This man for a fact finding. And did he find the fact? Yes, he did. He did find the facts. The facts were so glaring that the whole world can now see what Nigerian government represents. The whole world now see how the Nigerian government have covered atrocities over the years. Over the years, the whole world can now see how Nigerian government have covered the atrocities that they continue to commit in that contraption called Nigeria. So, Mike Arnold had vindicated Brgie. Mike Arnold had vindicated Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mike Arnold have vindicated the Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku. Mike Arnold have vindicated our APM Okere. Mike Arnold had vindicated the Biafran people. This man had vindicated, he has vindicated the Biafran people. He has vindicated all of us that have been telling the world about this atrocity that is being committed by the Nigerian government. Okay? This atrocity that is being committed by the Nigerians against the people it has been vindicated today. It has been vindicated. A lot of people were surprised that this man can stand his ground, can stand before the press, before the Nigerian government, and give them a very hard punch on the face. If you listen to when he was reading his findings, Mike Arnold said he is not a friend. You know, Reno Omokri started by introducing him as a mayor. He said, I am not a mayor, my lapse have expired. My tenure have expired, I'm no longer the mayor. Then Reno Omokri now went to Ted Cruz. He said he's a friend of the Ted Cruz, the Republican mayor. He said, I am not a friend to Ted Cruz. Rather, I have met him 10 years ago in a function where he shook hands with Ted Cruz, but rather he had friends who are working in the office of Ted Cruz. And he is not a Republican, he's not into politics. He's an independent. So this is where he started debunking all the lies that the Nigerian government came with Reno Omokri. And he told you that whatever he's going to say here, he's going to lose some friends. Yes, of course. And the friends we are referring to are people who are in the authority of Nigeria. People who are Nigeria government authorities. These are the people he say he's going to lose as friends. Okay? Yes. Because they hate truth. And once he spoke this truth, a lot of them will delete his number. A lot of them that were following him will block him, but he doesn't care. He said that he came for truth. And while he was embarking on this journey, he asked them, what do you expect from me? America, what do you expect from me? Congressman, what do you expect from me? Ted Cruz, what do you expect from me? And the American people and the people that he came to represent said, we want nothing but the truth of what is happening. Is there any Christian genocide that is happening in that evil contraption called Nigeria? That is the truth that they want him to speak about. Nothing but the truth. And he came back. He said he's going to say the truth. He is going to say the truth. Because he knows that the truth stands the test of time. He knows, he even said that if Nigeria will heal, there is no way Nigeria will heal if the leaders of Nigeria continue to hide the truth and cover the truth and continue to lie to the people. So in other words, if you want Nigeria to heal, you have to sell the truth to the people. He even sucker punched the journalists. He said they continue changing his ways. He sucker punched the United Nations. He sucker punched the Nigerian government. The United Nations were complicit in the criminal activity that is happening in Nigeria. And we have to say a very big thank you to Mike Arnold for standing his ground and saying the truth. We have been vindicated once again because he knows. And the reason why he said all these things is because this is the 16th time he has been in Nigeria, and he's a documenter. He has had document of what is actually playing out. Even when people are lying, the media are lying. He even said you can't rely on the Nigerian media because they lie, and they lie. So at least you people will now understand and believe when we tell you about the genocide tendencies of the terrorist Nigerian state against our people. You will now understand it very, very clearly. So, Biafrans, I really appreciate every one of you that have been part and parcel of this very broadcast. I want to appreciate every one of you because it is very, very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting what has just happened. What this our friend from America did against the Nigerian state. It is very, very interesting. When you talk of people who are truthful, this is it. When you talk about people who don't joke with their job, this is it. When you talk about people who want to, deliver humanity, this is it. When you talk of people who are committed to the truth and to their job, this is it. This truth can stand the test of time. With this truth, the American government can now work. The American government can now speak without looking anybody's face. The American government can now hold Nigeria accountable for what they have done against the people in the land. So I want you to join me on the studio and tell me what you think. What is your feeling when you see this kind of person telling Nigerians to their face that, look here, man, you guys are liars. You guys are deceivers. You guys committed crime. You guys are killing your population. I want you to tell me what is your feelings about that. I want you to tell us, how do you see this man, Mike Arnold? How did you see release or press statement when he was there in Nigeria? This was in Nigeria, not abroad though. This was in Nigeria. He opened he opened the nyash, the Pandora's box that Nigerian government have been covering for a very long time. He did before the world. He opened it before the world for the world to understand what Nigeria is all about. He opened it, and today Nigerian can never forget this man. They will wish him evil, but we are going to wish him well because he committed no crime. He committed no crime at all. Committed no crime for calling out Nigeria. No, he committed no crime for calling out Nigeria. So I want you to join us on the studio and make your contribution. Click on the link or call the line, the number that you see on the screen. Contribution, very, very important. The man has made the job Brgie more easier. Nigeria will now be placed on a country particular concern, countries that are dangerous for Christians to live in, countries that persecute Christians, a country that is committing genocide against its people. That is what Nigeria is known for going for. So I want you to join me on the studios and make your contribution, Biafrans. I need your contribution. I need it and contribute. very, very important. Very, very, very important on the studio and make your contribution, Mazi. And I want to welcome you, Osas. I see you, Hardcore. I see you, Eukaria. I see you, Charles Oji. I see you, Okonkwo Solomon. I see you, Williams Eloi. I see you as well. So I want you to join me on the studio and make your contribution. Biafran, make your contribution about what you have just heard because it's very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. Interesting. Join me on the studio. Join me on the studio. Join me on the studio. Join me on the studio and make your contribution. I need you to contribute on what you have just heard or listened to. The atrocity of Nigerian state before their face. These Americans have just a Nigerian state before their very face. He had just exposed them. He had just exposed them. So join me on the studio and make your contribution. Make your contributions. It is quite unfortunate what is happening at this time. Very, 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 very unfortunate. This is what Nigerians are going through. This is what has been happening, and nobody is being held into account. Nobody is being join us on the studio, dear friends. Join me on the studio and make your contribution. Because it's very, very difficult to see this kind of person who, before the enemy, say things the way it is. We must applaud this Arnold for a job well done. And the Nigerian government will now understand that the Biafran people, we are not here for jokes. We did not come here to play games. We come here for our freedom. And it is that freedom that we are going to get. Nothing is going to stop that. Nothing is going to stop that. Good afternoon, Biafran Oracle. Good afternoon from here, and welcome to the questionnaire. Can you hear me, sir? Biafran Oracle, can you hear me? Biafran Oracle, can hear you. It's to do with your mic. It has to do with your mic. Check your mic very, very well. We love to hear you speak. Biafran Oracle. If possible, go out and come back again. I'm going to bring you back. If you can hear me, sir, because I can't hear you. Okay, that's great. So yes, Biafran Oracle would like to join us and will let us hear what he has to say. These are some fanatical Biafrans who are concerned about the freedom of their people. They have seen the atrocities of the Nigerian terror against our people. Can you hear me now, Biafran Oracle?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. I hope you're hearing me. Are you hearing
Loud
me?
and clear. Welcome, my brother. I can hear you for joining me.
All right, thank you. It's been a while. I've been on your platform, but this moment I have listened. Yes, I have listened to all what you're saying, and I want to draw your mind back. I want to draw your mind back. There's one statement Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made in those days during his broadcast. He said, wherever you went, wherever you go, when you mention the name Biafra, they will all walk away. Did you get that? If you're listening, if you are an ardent listener of Martin Nnamdi Kanu, you will get that statement. That was then. But you now ask yourself today, what has changed? What shifted? That they want to hear that name now. They want to do something about it, other than just about it, like it is what they are hearing newly. Like it is that like they are just hearing about it. But this is what has been there. This is what they don't want to hear before. But let's put it here. I want to read this thing in the Bible. See, this is a prophecy. I want to establish it that the time has come. It doesn't matter what the enemies are doing. Are you getting me? The time has come.
Yes.
This is the time. And of course, it won't expect Pharaoh. It won't expect Pharaoh to let the Israelites go just like that. Of course, let nobody expect that.
Go just like that.
Now listen to this. He said unto them, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will
Where are you reading from?
Yeah, I'm reading from.
Tell us where you are reading
from Ezekiel chapter 37, from 21 to 22.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he said unto them, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen, whither they have gone, and I will gather them on every side and bring them into their own land, and I will make them one nation in the land. And I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king to them all, and they shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided into kingdoms anymore at all. Do you know that these people divided us? You may say this place is talking about the Israel, but I want to tell you that we are the Israelites they are talking about. Are you getting me? Now, you may say this place is talking about, but no, this place is talking about you and I. These people have divided us into different whatever.
Different groups.
Yes, just to make sure that we will not return back to our own land and get our own king and create our own nation. But God is saying here that He
Yes.
will do it by Himself. And that is the time we are right now. And that is why,
Yeah. Exactly.
like in one of those days I spoke on your channel, I was warning all those sabos. I said, be careful what you are doing to yourself. You know, that spirit of an Igbo man which says, if it is not me, it's not going to be another person. Everybody should do what? Destroy it. Remove that spirit. Every one of us, ndị Igbo na-asị na ekere ọrụ eke. Ekekwara
Of
ọrụ eke.
course.
If you sit down one place and you're looking at another person doing something you know you cannot do, please support him because you are not given to do that thing. If you enter there, your head will go with it. That is exactly what it is. We need to unite. We need to unite in this. There shouldn't be any sabos. Every sabo should do what? Be careful. Now, to what we are saying, what you are saying, to connect it to what with your topic. That is why I said I mentioned the statement from Mazin Namdekan first. That is to connect it to what we are saying. Now that God has risen to bring us back from wherever we have gone and bring us into one fold, bring us into one land, and give us one king. The world is ready to hear us now. The world is ready to listen to us. As against the other time when it is not yet time, when they listen to us, when they hear Biafra, they will run away. When they hear Igbo, they will run away. Everybody will be running helter skelter. But right now, we are in the set time, and that is why they are interested, and that is why they want to listen. So what I
Yes.
listened to Mike Arnold. I listened to where they were when they were exposing Reno Omokri. I don't know who on earth. I don't know who on
Brother,
earth will take.
it was
Yes, I don't know who on earth will take Reno
Reno.
Omokri serious in this life. Whoever that is listening to Reno Omokri must be somebody who looks like Reno Omokri. For me, that is one kind of an unserious human being in this, that's wherever his stomach faces, that is where he goes. Like, give him food, let the devil give him food, he will praise the devil. That is, so I don't know who on this planet Earth, from any country, from any government positions that will hear where Reno Omokri is talking and they will take him serious. I call upon the people in various positions to see this Reno Omokri as someone who is hungry and is looking for who will give him money. So he's ready to praise Satan, he's ready to praise the devil, he's ready to dance the dance of the devil to just get what he wants. So nobody should be listening to that human being. I don't know where he's coming from. I don't know whether he's I don't know. I don't even know. Understand? I don't understand whether he's from all these Fulani breed who impregnated our people during the war.
My brother, and you
Maybe
know, yes, of course, and he's from and he's from Delta side, right? He's
that's
from
what we.
Delta side, though.
Yeah.
That's what we had, but we don't know who he is or who his mother is or who impregnated his mother and all the rest of them. It is very, very disturbing, my brother, what happened in this video. Very, very. Even if you saw the interview, you saw how this man disgraced, flawed
I'm
him.
telling you.
Before the
I'm telling
world,
you.
before even Nigeria, they were hiding. And the more interesting part of it is that during the Reno Omokri, my brother, if you follow the trace of how this man came to Nigeria, it will interest you to know that then I don't think that Reno Omokri knew that this man in Nigeria over 15 times. And I don't think that Reno Omokri knew that this man is a documenter, that he always have documentaries, that he have traveled all over the country, taking testimonies, going to visit IDPs and all the rest of them.
Yes.
So when Reno Omokri said that, he invited him over to come to Nigeria for a fact checking, then you can understand the resources that the Nigerian government have wasted in bringing this man. You know why? Because before the man came, they have already written places that he will go, people that he will speak with, so that after visiting all these people, the man will now come and give his own conclusion of what happened, maybe to come and lie against the Nigerian people, to come and fan their embers and decorate them before the Nigerian media, not knowing that this man has been angry. This man was angry that the Nigerian government even lied that there was no IDP camp in Abuja. Even the United Nations even helped Nigeria to say it does not exist. So this man has visited all these people and he has seen their plight and their condition. And this man said, no, I am going to say the truth and nothing but the truth. And I know that within these days, the Nigeria government hosted him. They may be telling him secretly behind the camera, do you need any business in Nigeria, or you want to do yes.
I'm telling you,
they may ask him, yes, do you need any contract? Are you into oil exploration? We can give you a contract. If you can build roads, yes, oil well. If you have a friend that can construct road, we can give in order to buy him over. But all these things, the man never acceded to all these things. And even before this briefing, to state they had a meeting, they had Arise Television hosted them, which and they were asking them questions. And Reno Omokri was trying to, when the interviewer was asking them, where do we go from here? How are they going to, protect the Nigeria image? What in the fact finding that they came for? Reno Omokri just jumped out and said, yes, that now that the fact finders are here, they can now go back and tell the world that there is no Christian persecution, and the man stopped him on the track. So my question to you, my brother, do you think this kind of persons, has this kind of persons existed since 2000? Because what happened, all this climax of all these killings started from 2011 when Buhari came into power. Now, there are people who have been sent to Nigeria over times and times over for them to come and find actually what was happening. And eventually, when all these people, what's going on? When these people report back to the American government, they paint a very good picture of what they never saw, which means that the Nigerian government have been influencing their decision. But this man never allowed the Nigerian government to influence his decision. He never allowed, like he said he doesn't want anything from Nigeria. He has not taken anything out of Nigeria, and he does not even expect the American government to pay him. What he expects him to say the truth as it is, because that stand the test of time. But I want to ask you, Biafra Oracle, do you think this kind of men are numerous in this world? This kind of people that can stand the test of time and say things the way it is. Do you are many? Go ahead.
The good people, those who stand for the truth, especially in these last days, are not many. And then what you still need to understand is that when at the set time when God wants to do his things, that is when he will bring out the people he has prepared for that time and season. You remember when when Elijah was running away and was shouting that it is only him, that Jezebel has killed all other prophets. God was looking at him and was laughing. So when he finished complaining, God told him there are 7,000 there. So what we need to understand is that God at all times has people he has groomed, raised for a particular time. And when you don't see them, does not mean that they are not there. They are there. They are there. So when the exact time comes, you will see them. You will now be asking yourself, where have these people been? All this while we expected you to come. All this while we expected you to come. Remember, okay, let me don't mind me. I'm going too much with the Bible, but but you know we can't do away with
No,
the Bible.
it's welcome.
So
Exactly. It's
okay,
welcome.
let me use this illustration now. So when David was marked by God to rule Israel, to be the man to fight the wars of Israel, at the end of the day, what happened? The brothers, the fathers, they pushed him to being the last one and the smallest. He was not supposed to be in the bush to take care of his father's sheep, but he was pushed in there. Maybe against his will, against his wish. But there, God made him and trained him as against a certain day that is coming in the future. So
Exactly.
he was, and a bear came out, a lion, and God empowered him to kill these animals. And that gave him the strength, boosted his morale, and gave him the courage to the extent that when he met Goliath, he said, "I will kill this man." And they were telling him, "See, this man has been fighting, this man has been." He now referred to his experience in the bush. He said, "God, who delivered me from the paws of the bear and the jaws of the lion, will deliver me from these uncircumcised Philistines." So why am I saying this? In that effect, David was being prepared. The father didn't know. The mother didn't know. The brethren didn't know. Even Samuel, the judge, Samuel the prophet, didn't know what God was doing with David for a certain day until the day he manifested. So these people who you are seeing today, I believe that God has raised them, prepared them, put them, when it is not time, if you get to them and you are telling them about what is going, it might not make any sense to them. But now is the time, and that is why it's making sense to them. So, in answer to your question, I can tell you that they are there because these men were not born today. So, like the time you mentioned, they were still here, they were born there, and maybe they have been here, but it is not making that sense because it is not yet time. But now is the time. The whole thing is
Exactly.
making sense to them. And that is why you see them, they are coming out. And that is,
Exactly.
I can assure you that, Mazin they kind of made greater impact than our APM today. Are you getting that? But
Yeah.
these men never listened to him. They never took him serious. Are you getting me? So until he was
Yeah.
kidnapped, from there, from his kidnap and everything started making sense. And then our APM moved in, and it was like magic. Anywhere he will move, they welcome him, sit him down, and take information from him. And they begin to work on the information and begin to act. So that is to tell you that we are in the set time, and that is why all those ordained men that will carry out this activity, they are here. And that is why God is bring them out one by one. You will see a lot of them will come out though. A lot of them will come out.
Wow.
A lot of them will come out. I get it will get to some point when you see government will be coming out.
Now speaking. That's
Government will be
great.
coming out. Government will come out and openly, not going to be hidden again, because this is the time. This is the time.
Exactly.
Dr. Nana, let me answer one call. 1 minute, I'll be back.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Mazi Biafran Oracle. Thank you so much for being
Yeah.
part of this program.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Biafran Oracle. We didn't want to hear your conversation. And Biafrans, join us on the studio and make your contribution as well. Very, very important because what we are talking about concerns you as well. Concerns you as well. It is rare that people like Mike Arnold can come to and His Academic Highness. Good afternoon from here and welcome to the questionnaire. Can you hear? His Academic Highness, I can't hear you. If you can hear me, please, we can't hear you.
Yes, the line is fluctuating. Can you hear me, my brother?
I can hear you now, loud and clear. Welcome
Yes.
to the questionnaire, sir.
Yeah. We greet BF. We greet.
Go ahead, Biafrans are listening. We can't hear you, sir. I guess you are setting up or you are setting up your device. So while we are waiting for Academic Kindness to join us back, I want Biafrans to understand that the time has come. The appointed time of Chukwokika be his people. That is why you see all this happening. And all these things are not happening for happening's sake. Something triggered it. Somebody triggered it. A government triggered it. Actions triggered it. Meetings triggered it. You know, evidences triggered it. You know, testimonies triggered it. And what triggered it is the Biafran Republic government in exile. What triggered is the meetings that our APM Honorable Gechukwu has been having with congressmen and women, presenting evidence upon evidence upon evidence, witnesses to them, and that is what have triggered what you see happening today. Akanes, can you hear me now? We can't hear you. Welcome back, Biafran Oracle.
But there's something I want to bring out. There's something I want to see. You know, when I am not insulting anybody, I am not, but I want to point out something. But when you have people who don't know their own local law, are you hearing me?
Yes, I am.
When you have people who don't know or understand their own local law, the law they made it by themselves, they don't understand they don't know or they don't understand the local laws, the law they made by themselves, and they do not even know what the international law is talking about in government. This is what you get.
Yes.
Are you getting me? This is what you get. Unfortunately, people in government here doesn't know their own law. They don't know, and they are not ready to abide with it. So whatever the international law is talking about, international community is talking about, they don't even know. They don't have an idea of how it works on the international scene. They don't know, and they don't even want to learn. They don't want to know. That is why you see people. Somebody will come out on this time and age, the information age where everything goes online anyhow, and he will see something that has gone online on video, and he'll come out feeling that because he is government, he can tell anybody that it's not true and everybody will believe. That is one mistake they are making. That is one very mistake they are making. And again, they misunderstood, or they take too much to it, the meaning of what? Sovereignty. Sovereignty does not mean that other countries who are higher than you cannot interfere. If they cannot interfere, so there's not supposed to be anything like international law. Are you getting me? International law means that other countries can interfere into your affair. So when you are now taking up that word sovereignty, and you are behaving like nobody can talk to you, nobody can do anything, you are a sovereign nation, you shoot yourself in the leg as it is happening now. So those in government would have known that, yes, this is the time we are in, on the international, on the time of information age that we are here now. And that even in the courts, when you have a video evidence, you are 90% likely to win that case if you have video evidence. So, and what we have online going on everywhere is video evidence. That when you look at it, there's no way you can put it like it is doctored, because you see it from different angles. People with their phones video from different angles. You see it here, you see it there, you see it there. So when somebody is coming to tell you that this is doctored, this is AI, then you saw it in this angle, you saw it in the other angle, you saw it in the other angle, and nobody will tell you that this is not AI, this is not doctored, this is real. So
AI.
they didn't understand this time and age. If they understand this time and age, they will not be doing all of these things they are doing. And if sometimes even they themselves will do some certain things and bring it online, and people will see. And when it starts backfiring, they will come and be lying and tell you it's not true, it's not true. You look at how they have finished themselves. So
Exactly.
this is why the Nigerian government have missed it. They took they took to, I don't know how to put it. They took that word sovereignty, and they were running with breathtaking speed with it. There's no break. They are running
At
breathtaking
all.
speed with that word sovereignty, and they were shooting themselves on the leg everywhere, committing
On the
all sorts of
leg.
things. Are committing all sorts of things because of that word sovereignty. And now that word sovereignty is failing them, or it has failed them.
It's haunting them.
Yeah, it's
Has
haunting them
failed
right
them
now.
actually.
So I don't know how they will solve all of these things, because this thing now, but I can say water don't pass Gary. Any country, even Saudi Arabia is praying that Israel and America will not carry them on their head. That is why they
On their
can.
head, right?
Saudi Arabia cannot even mess with Israel, no matter what the Arab community there is doing. So they are praying that these two nations will not carry them on their head. And you are doing what you are doing, and now you enter the trap of America. America don't carry you
America.
for head. America don't carry you for head. I remember what
I'm
our
telling
PM
you.
said. Our PM said, when America leads, others follow.
Others
So
follow.
others
When
follow.
America leads, others
Others
follow.
follow. America don't carry you for head. It's a matter of time. Others will do what? Follow. So that is their
Follow.
own problem anyway.
Exactly.
It's their own cup of tea. So they know how they will solve that one and remove that. I am not a politician. My name is not in their list. I don't know. So I'm just talking. So if they are going to seize properties in
Man,
America, money in America, my own will not be seized. I don't have.
uh,
So that's their business. So that is
man,
it.
I'm very happy, I'm very
Yeah.
much happy. Do you know the Arnold, the latest post he made now? This Mike Arnold was this Omokri, Reno Omokri don't enter plane, run.
Don't mind
after the interview or the press
Yeah.
briefing, he enter plane, Jackpa. I think he said
Yeah.
Nigeria, may you go live in the north. Most of them are living in Abuja and Lagos. Let
Eh?
him go and live in the north, where he was trying to project an image of the terrorist Nigerian state. Mazi, I cannot be happier at this particular time, because never in the history of this our liberation have we been vindicated this way. Never. Before this
See,
man came, go ahead.
now, as I am talking now, a very good friend of mine in America is asking me this thing you are talking about. This
You
is not a
see?
politician. This is not a politician.
Eh,
This is not. It has nothing to do with politics. He's just an ordinary American citizen. He's asking me about this right now. He's asking me whether I am safe, because to them now, it's like everywhere is killing, 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 killing. The man is asking
It's
me,
on fire.
is asking me
Yes.
right here now that I just replied him now. He's asking me whether my family and I, whether we are safe where we are. You can see how far this fire has gone.
Has gone.
So
And kudos to the Biafra Republic government. Kudos to our acting Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere. Kudos to the cabinet members, men and women of goodwill that have stood very strong and stood their ground in this our liberation. I want to appreciate every one of them because this information has been there for a very long time.
Exactly.
Then what changed that everybody is now talking about it? Since after the June congressional hearing that our APM attended, things have not remained the same for the Nigerian terrorist state.
At all.
Coupled with the latest 18th of September Biafra congressional briefing, all the people that our APM have been visiting and taking pictures with are now speaking. They are now coming out. They can now be convinced, even if they were not convinced on what APM was saying. I think an American have gone to Nigeria already. He has been in Nigeria for a very long time. An American have vindicated the position of our APM, vindicated the position of the government, and they will now, if they never believed him in the first place, they will now start believing him. And I believe they are going to do something about Nigeria.
Yeah.
Very, very important. So, Maz, it's a win-win for us.
Sure.
Very big win for us. And I want to congratulate Biafrans. Please, if you have not supported our government, what do you gain? What have you to gain? Because the reason why, like I sent a tweet to this Arnold, I appreciated him for what he did. And I also let him to understand that he has to look into Biafra. And the reason why what he has witnessed in the north is not happening in Biafran territory the way he has seen it in Benue, in Katsina, in Borno, is because of the presence of the Biafran Liberation Army. Mazi, if there were no Biafran Liberation Army, I'm telling you, Biafran land would be worse hit. Would be worse hit. Because all these people hate us with a very cruelty, a very cruel passion. They hate us. They hated everything about us. They hate our grandfathers. They hate our fathers. They hate our children. They hate us as well. So if they had their way, they would have destroyed us. More destroying Benue. More than they have destroyed Satan Kaduna. More than they have destroyed Castina and Borno. But because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu prepared on time for us, because our prime minister prepared ahead of time for us, that is why they are not ravaging our communities. They are not raising our communities down the way they are raising other communities and occupying it. In fact, I applaud Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, the prophet who saw yesterday, who saw tomorrow. And, he put security measures in place so that our people will not be Islamized, so that our people will not be held to ransom. And that action of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is what is paying off today. That in all these atrocities that is happening all over Nigeria, it is only Biafra land that is safe. Not 100% safe anyway, because of the activities of the terrorist Nigerian army and police. We understand that. But at least we can sleep with our two eyes closed. But in some communities in the north, none of their communities, none of the people, none of the population in the north can sleep with their two eyes closed because of all these killings, Islamization, because of this genocide that is happening. So, Biafrans, if you are not supporting this, our government, you have a lot to lose. And let us remind you that we are going to hold each and every one of you accountable for not supporting the freedom of your people. All your actions and activities against our freedom will be evaluated when Biafra is fully restored. Please, those of you in Lagos, in Abuja, those of you who are making money out of Nigeria, and you feel that you are comfortable in Nigeria, you feel that you continue to fan the embers of one Nigeria while your people are dying in the homeland, and you are enjoying yourselves in the cities of Abuja, Lagos, Kaduna, and all the rest of it. You can travel abroad with your family, have a good time, and leave your people in the homeland to suffer. All of you, in due time, the Lord of Biafra will get hold of you, and all of you will pay a very huge prices for allowing the terrorists to even breathe in our years. Yes, because Mazin Nandekano started this awareness creation in 2012, and Nigerian government skyrocketed their atrocity in our land since 2011. How many years? How many years, I ask, that these people continue to kill our people, making their plans against us, putting in places governors that are loyal to the caliphate, appointing people that have terrorist tendencies in our land to be our governors, to be our senators, to be our representatives, including local government chairmen. While our people are killed, these people will not speak. They will not speak. They will not utter a word. Their only concern is contract. Their only concern is money, money, money. That is what they are focused on. But the lives of the people that they are governing, they don't give a damn what happens to us. But we are going to tell them that the land belongs to us, and we are going to hold them responsible and accountable for all their evil deeds against our people. More importantly, Mazin Nandekano, that have been in detention for 4 good years, and none of them is speaking. Even now that an outsider is now fighting for the release of our leader, and people like Ojus Okano and a slave that Mazin Nandekano fought for is now coming to tell you, oh, that the competent court of jurisdiction. You tell me, how competent is the court of jurisdiction in Nigeria that have freed Mazin Nandekano, and yet they did not obey the law court? Now you want the court of competent jurisdiction, according to him, to continue to hold Mazin Nandekano, because they are benefiting from the atrocities that they are committing in our land. The atrocities that Mazin Nandekano stand against, that is what they are benefiting from. And they see Mazin Nandekano as a problem to them. They see Mazin Nandekano as an obstacle to their corruption and to their criminality. But nke ikpeazụ a, ha ga-ekwete na ọ na-eme. Maazị, ha ga-ekwete na ọ na-eme. So, Mazi, what else do you have to say? Because Biafrans are listening. I use this opportunity to Biafrans. The line, you can join us on the studio and make your contribution. Very, very important. You are entitled to your opinion, and in this platform, we use it to educate our people in the homeland. So, if you come on, you share this broadcast to people so that they can be relate to what we are doing and maybe contribute in subsequent occasions. Mazi, are you there? Oh, Mazi is not there. So I want to play there is another clip. There's another clip I want to play. Let me play the interview, because the interview was very, very interesting. The interview was very, very interesting. Not the press briefing. Let the interview. and see, maybe let me play the interview. Oh my God, it's very, very important. Let me play the interview once again. I've played it before, but I want to play it once again. Not this thing. Not the. Oh my God, where did I leave the interview? I'm trying to locate the interview. Interview is working for. So it is quite. Okay, I think the interview was on Sunny Aquarawas. Let me see if I can get the interview once again. Because the interview was very, very interesting. When Reno Omokri was running his mouth, like a no man business. He was running his mouth, and they were like watching him. They were like watching him to be making all those he was making, and they responded. Mike Arnold responded in a way shook the house. They shook the venue of the press briefing, and Ronnie never expected that, because Nigerians who are enjoying the blood money, they enjoy the blood money that the Nigerian government gives to them. Oh my God. Okay. I didn't share. Okay. It is on our. How am I going to get Arise? I thought I shared it. Arise. Okay. Let me see if I can get it on Arise TV. Let me see if I can get it on Arise. One minute. Just hold on, hold on. Oh, I'm trying to see if I can get the interview. Oh my God. Oh my God. Biafran Rako, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you. I'm on my. I just transferred my phone. My system freezed.
Hey, my own freeze as well.
So
Yeah, I was just trying to get the interview itself.
It's important.
Not the press release, because I saw it at Arise Vision, Arise News. So I'm trying to see if I played it in earlier. I played it earlier, but
You would have downloaded it. That's what it was. So that when you need it.
yes, I wanted Arise TV. Let me see if I can get Arise TV, because it's very, very interesting, man. It's very, very interesting. That interview. While I was listening, like, wow, things they happen. No. While I was listening to it, I was going through to know what. Oh my God, I know what to do. Alright, with, let me say, with Reno. Reno Omokri.
If you can't get it, this is just try this simple thing. Just open. You can use ChatGPT to look for it. You can just when you ask ChatGPT to get that video from YouTube, you can see. Oh, you just bring it up.
Okay. Wait, I just got it now.
Okay.
I just got I just got it now, so let me see if I can share it on the screen.
Sanctioning the Nigerian government for allegedly supporting terrorism, which he said was eliminating this country's Christian population. Senator Cruz, who is a member of President Trump's Republican Party, claimed that extremist groups have been hunting down and killing Christians for decades in an attempt to rid the country of them. He accused the Nigerian government of facilitating this anti-Christian crusade. Other American politicians and political commentators also expressed similar views, and they're calling on the Trump administration to designate my country of particular concern, suspend arms sales and technical support to the government. The Nigerian government has, of course, denied, and independent researchers and analysts are adamant that the claims of a Christian genocide are false. So, how to this? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the Republican mayor of the U.S. city of Blanco in Texas, Mike Arnold, the political commentator, author, and social media influencer, Reno Omokri, and from our off-site studio, the prominent Texan Republican and filmmaker, Jeff Gibbs. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for coming in. And let me start with you, Reno Omokri, because you're the one who brought two very prominent gentlemen to Nigeria and into our studios. Tell us why.
When Senator Ted Cruz began a tale about a Christian genocide, and Gregory Abbott, the governor of Texas, followed along with Congressman Moore, I felt it was my patriotic duty to reach out to the Republican Party and officials who have a desire to know the truth. So I was able to get Mayor Mike Arnold, a Republican elected mayor from the state of Texas, who is personally friends with Senator Ted Cruz and Gregory Abbott, and also an associate with President Trump, over to Nigeria for fact-finding. Not just him, I invited also a filmmaker. I wanted them to see for themselves, because Senator Ted Cruz, a lot of people in Nigeria think he doesn't mean well, but I think he means well. But the thing is, he doesn't have the right information. He's never been to Nigeria, and Congressman Moore hasn't been to Nigeria. So I invited these gentlemen here, and before they came, they briefed Senator Ted Cruz and Congressman Chip Roy, and they're here. Now, they've met with the leaders of the Christian Association of Nigeria. They've just met with the chairman. They've also met with the leader of GNI, that's the Jamaatul Nasr Islam. For those who don't speak Arabic, that's just Society for...
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello,
I can hear you
Mazi.
clearly.
Okay, I think you are listening to. You are listening, right?
I am listening very well, very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
I have
want
issue.
you
I
to.
have issue when I have issue with that. I will talk later. When that Christian Association
Of
chairman or
Khan,
president or whatever you
chairman,
call
president. Yes, a man that
I
was
have
peaked.
issue. I have issue with that.
Yeah, I will
If
start it
you
afresh again.
yeah, I've been close to
aimed at sanctioning the Nigerian government for allegedly supporting.
Yeah, let me play it so that
eliminating
after we make our comments.
Christian population. Senator Cruz, who's a member of President Trump's Republican Party, claimed that extremists have been hunting down and killing Christians for decades in an attempt to rid the country of them. He accused the Nigerian government of facilitating this so-called anti-Christian crusade. Other top American politicians and commentators have also similar views, and they're calling on the Trump administration to designate Nigeria a country of particular concern and to suspend arms sales and technical support to the government. The government has, of course, denied this, and independent researchers and analysts are adamant that the claims of a Christian genocide are false. So has it come to this? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the Republican mayor of the U.S. city of Blanco in Texas, Mike Arnold, the political commentator, author, and social media influencer, Reno Omokri, and from our offside here, the prominent Texan Republican and film Jeff Gibbs. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming in. And let me start with you, Reno Omokri, because you're the one who brought very prominent gentleman to Nigeria and into our studios. Tell us why.
Well, when Senator Ted Cruz began this tale about a Christian genocide, and Gregory Abbott has followed along with Congressman Moore, I felt it was my patriotic duty to reach out to the Republican Party and officials who have a desire to know the truth. And so I was able to get Mayor Mike Arnold, a Republican elected mayor from the state of Texas, who is personally friends Senator Ted Cruz and Gregory Abbott, and also an associate with President Trump. And I invited him over to Nigeria for fact-finding. Not just him, I invited also I wanted them to see for themselves, because Senator Ted Cruz, a lot of people in Nigeria think he doesn't mean well, but I think he means well. But the thing is, he doesn't have the right information. He's never been to Nigeria. And Congressman been to Nigeria. So I invited these two gentlemen here, and before they came, Ted Cruz and Congressman Chip Roy, and they're here. Now, they've met with the leaders of the Christian Association of Nigeria. They've just met with the chairman. They've also met with the leaders of the GNI, that's the Jamaatul Nasr Islam. For those who don't speak Arabic, that's just the Society for the Support of Islam. So they've met with IDP camps, they've seen the situation there. This whole idea of a Christian genocide in Nigeria is ludicrous. Yes, there are killings of Christians in Nigeria, and who denies that will be frankly dishonest person. But then there are also killings going on in the Muslim arena. I mean, I hate to say, only recently we had killings at a mosque. We had killings at another mosque in Zamfara. And if you have this go to a state like Benue and they hit people there, obviously most of the victims will be Christians. Why? Because Benue is a dominated state. If they hit in Zamfara, most of the victims will be Muslims. So there's no Christian genocide, and to prove it, I've invited this gentleman for fact-finding.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed. And Mayor Mike Arnold for joining us. Let me start with you. I mean, how long have you been in Nigeria now?
This is my 6th time to be in Nigeria since 2010. I've been all over the country.
But on this particular trip?
This I just got.
And this is a fact-finding mission.
Yes.
What scope is it going to have?
I am meeting with a number of leaders and asking to start.
Right. But, I mean, obviously there are places where
Yes.
alleged genocide activities are said to be taking place. Are you going to be venturing into
I have been to Bocos.
Right.
I've had a team that's been just very recently, and I've been all over the south and central part of the country, and I build schools and run schools in IDP camps. We have 2 schools up and running and a third one under construction. We teach 550 time education. That's here in the FCT.
Right. Okay. Well, welcome to Nigeria. And again, and let me turn to you, Jeff Gibbs. Sorry to be marooned in our sort of off-site studio there, but we can see you, and you're certainly part of this conversation. And thank you very much indeed for joining us. You are a filmmaker as well as a Republican. Tell us what your role is going to be in this fact-finding mission.
Well, I'm not sure who mentioned to you any political affiliation I may have at home, but I am a filmmaker. I can attest to that.
Okay, so what are you going to be doing on this mission in Nigeria?
Well, it's a very brief mission on this trip. I'm just here in support of the mayor and his fact-finding mission. This is my time in Nigeria in about 4 years or so. I have had time in the camps. I'm not the person to really speak on many of the facts or the details regarding all of the situation and the issues faced, but what I can say is that I've spent time in the camps and that I've met and made friends with these children, and these are people from, in one camp we have predominantly Christian students in our school, and in another camp we have predominantly Muslim students, and what I can say unites them. What I can say is that seeing into their eyes, the hope and light that's in their eyes, they shine with love. And as a filmmaker, that's what I've been responding to.
Are you going to be making any films while you're here?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are you going to be filming what you're sort of doing here?
If I can have time to own and it's notable to film, then that is part of my job, yes, sir.
Right, okay, let me come back to you, Reno, because, I mean, let's be honest, and we appreciate the fact that you brought them down to sort of gather facts and take it back to sort of the United States. But, I mean, what the problem appears to be, from one point of view, is that this country has been invaded by a lot of jihadi terror groups. I mean, some of them coming from across the Sahel and all the rest of them, who have their own agendas that they're trying to pursue, some of which might include eliminating non-Muslim groups. I mean, but the point, of course, is that that's not official policy, is it?
Well, it's not even that. These guys, they have an agenda against secularity. You've got to understand that their agenda is against secularity. Nigeria is a secular nation, and they are against secularity. And that agenda, they will attack Muslim groups and groups who are in support of that secularity of Nigeria. So if you got to go down memory lane. How did this start? This started in 2011 when the Obama administration intervened in Libya. And Gaddafi had a legionnaire army. For those who don't understand, that's a mercenary army, a foreign army. Even in this country, some activists that I don't want to name were trained in Libya. You know, Charles Taylor was trained for the Sanko in Libya. And so when he fell, these individuals, they left Libya. And when they came to the Sahel, they had money, they had training, they had skills. And so they came here, and it's not just in Nigeria. People seem to pick on Nigeria, but throughout the Sahel, they came and they've been causing mayhem. So they led to the toppling of democratic government from Burkina Faso to Mali and Niger. And they're trying to do the same thing here. So this is a fight against secularity. It's not a Christian genocide, and it's nothing to do with moderate Islam.
So what are you telling them about, where you take them across Nigeria, and what are you telling them to do with what they get? They're going to go back to Texas and sort of take the facts back to Ted Cruz?
Senator Ted Cruz was briefed before they embarked on this trip. And the mayor, and not just Senator Ted Cruz, all the persons. We're having a press conference tomorrow, 4 p.m. right here at the Hill. And the international community, the world press are going to be there. Reuters, Bloomberg, and a couple of other people are going to be there. I suppose that Arise will also be there. The thing is, they are here on a fact-finding mission, so I cannot put actions into their hands.
Yes, of course.
Put words into their mouth. So if they want to see this, they want to go. That's the basic idea of a fact-finding. They've met with the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria. They've met with the Secretary General of JNI, and they're going to meet with more people. So they go where they want to go. And at the end of the day, they're going to take the facts, present them to the policymakers in the United States, and this idea about making Nigeria a country of particular concern. Why? Because if you do that, you're enabling the terrorists and you're punishing ordinary Nigerians, Christians and Muslims, the very people that Senator Ted Cruz says he will help.
And Arnold, I mean, in reality, Nigeria's, you say you've obviously been here a number of times. I don't know how much sort of homework or whether your previous visits were in any way related to what you're doing now, but I mean, Nigeria's conflicts are multifaceted. I mean, they're driven by ethnic rivalries, there are land disputes, there's pure criminality, with religion often taking a secondary or tertiary position. Boko Haram, for example, which emerged in Maiduguri in the far north Borno state in 2009, positioned itself against the Nigeria as an apostate entity, not against any single religious group. And in fact, most of their victims have been Muslims. I don't know whether you're aware of that sort of thing. I mean, and this is coming from people who are non-Muslims.
Well, since 2019, this is my 6th time in Nigeria since then. It's been entirely focused on understanding and telling the story of the internally displaced. And the filmmaker is my producer for a film a documentary film that we've been producing now for many years, all through Nigeria, and getting the stories and profiles of these displaced people, which I'm startled that people don't talk about that more. There's estimates anywhere from 4 to 10 million Nigerians who are productive people that are now denied and ground down and given no chance to get back. And that's the larger, to me, tragedy, the byproduct of this. I see children, a lot of them, multitudes, millions, literally, of children growing up believing that power comes from violence and that being peaceful is death. And that's a curse on this nation if there's no intervention. Our schools, we have so many testimonials that kids show up wanting to get guns and go back and kill, and they get an education, they want to go back and rebuild. That's how this is ultimately fixed. When the internally displaced are recognized and restored, it'll be the foundation of a great nation. Until then, I fear for this nation.
Right, and I think a lot of people would share that fear. But I mean, have you been sort of in communication with, because I mean, one of the reasons why obviously the Nigerian government has stability to its own people, but one of the reasons why they're going through a difficult time now is the cutting of support from the United States of America, which used to provide for some displaced people, and lots of them in the far north and across many other parts of Nigeria. So, I mean, it's put this country in a very difficult situation as a result of the cutting of those funds. I wonder what your thoughts are.
I don't understand why a nation that's as mineral rich and growing as Nigeria has to go and beg from for help serving their own people. Nigerians have plenty of resources to help these people get back, or at least get something where they can have stability in life. Now they're denied, they're ground down, they're called criminals, they're called vagrants. Their homes are bulldozed with no warning. It's a horrific life that these people are living, and nobody's here. I mean, why should it be? You don't want America to come and say anything about terrorism, but you want their money? It makes sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, that makes that's a good point. Let me come to you, Jeff Gibbs, in our off-site studio. I wonder what you make of what's been said so far.
Well, you have two of the more informed and well-studied people on the subject on your dais there this evening. And again, my reiteration would be that across all of the walks of life, across all of the different tribes people, faith backgrounds, seen through the hearts and the eyes of Nigerians is what keeps me coming back. And these schools that we serve for these children, for the IDPs who asked for nothing except to educate their children, to give them hope and a way out, is, for me, in my opinion, I would like to see these eradicated. I would like to see them put out of business. We do need to serve these children and these IDPs, but they need to be restored, and that's what I would like to make out of this.
Well, why do you think they're not being served? I mean, why do you think they appear to be ignored?
It's a very good question, and based on the discussions that I've been tangential to, don't have a good answer for you on that. I would have to defer to Mike.
Well, let me defer to Reno Omokri, who's got an ear to the ground and who is, of course, Nigerian. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think Mayor said, and what you said, I mean, I don't think you guys have addressed the issue. You see, there is a moral responsibility on the United States because this was brought to Nigeria's doorstep by the actions of the Obama administration. The Obama administration had not intervened in Libya. If Gaddafi was a nasty piece of work, but he stabilized his country. If Gaddafi had not been killed, and if all those foreign mercenaries hadn't left Libya to come here, Boko Haram started, they were not violent at the beginning. Mohammed Yusuf used to have debates. He had a debate with Issa Pantami. He had a debate. That's what he was doing. He was killed, and then these came in and they did a hostile takeover of Boko Haram, and then that was what happened. At arms, if the United States had not what they did in Libya, we would not be facing a torrent, not just us, the Sahelian countries. So you don't say that, okay, well, we've got minerals and we've got this, and you don't know. No, listen, you have a moral responsibility. The United States has a moral responsibility because government is a continuum. You know, so we've seen in cases whereby the United States has paid reparation. They're not asking. Under Obama, they used the law called the Leahy Law after custom to deny this country weapons. We had to go and purchase weapons on the black market. So Nigeria is paying a price for a problem that we did not cause. So, I mean, I don't want people to just come here and just say, oh, look, our president say, I think this was about 2 months ago, that, look, I don't need Trump because I have met my revenue target. We're doing the best that we can as a country. We're fighting corruption. We're growing our economy. Our economy has grown. I mean, we've added $67 billion to our economy in 2 years. The last quarter, it grew by 4.10%. Our economy is growing faster than our population. But this problem was by the actions of the Obama administration. Thank God for a good man like President Trump that lifted the objections of the Leahy Law and began us, like, for example, the Toscano jets. But the United States caused this problem, and they need to help us fix it.
Is to that, Mayor Arnold. I mean, the suggestion is that the problem in this country was sort of initiated, if you like, certainly enabled by the United States and its policies in Libya.
It was not just policies in Libya, but Barack Obama, his Arab Spring foreign policy. I believe he endeavored to do a takeover or facilitate one here in Nigeria. We've got not prepared to release it yet, but hard proof that Obama is very much behind the advance of Boko Haram, intentionally. And
Academic Kindness, can you hear me?
Yes, so my brother, if you can hear me. Good afternoon.
Okay, I can hear you. Just a minute. The video will soon round off. You want to make your comment before the video? Before the interview?
Yeah. It's the video we've been seeing, and that is a great achievement from the Biafra Republic government in exile.
Exactly.
You know, Prime Minister, acting Prime Minister, Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere. who has diplomatically engaged American lawmakers in total from Senate to the Congress, I call it Congress, on the plight of Biafrans, and also a strategic way for Africa to have an ally within African sub-region that are going to respond exactly to the security, architecture to safeguard this world that we are living onto. So I want our Biafran people to understand that the support to BRGI is very, very paramount and imperative for each and every one of us, because we are internationally inclined. Where others cannot enter, BRGIE enters. And for those that has been eating from the crumbs of the caliphate and the colonial masters, they should understand that when we talk about BRGIE, they should know that they are with the culum civitatis, the people
Exactly.
that studied more than those that have been studying from the ab initio. They should know that we are the culum civitatis in terms of academia. They should know that okay, Chukwunkere have men. It is what we say that will be happening in the zoo. What the
Exactly.
zoo can do is only intimidating the people, but at the international spectrum and pouvoir, we shall be the one. We are the one saying what is happening. And
Wow.
America has found. Let me watch my time. It has found an ally that could correspond to the originary reason why it was formed. Because now we are having what we call reshuffling in the United Nations. Very soon you'll not be hearing United Nations. Very soon you'll not be hearing United Nations. It's only very few countries that really understand what is going on. But that's why only with one veto power, all those one world power government was quashed down. So let me hold it here. What I am telling our people is this, very simple. It is Brgie that brought about the apparition of American people talking about or in the favor of the Christians that are being massacred by the extremist Islamists. It is Brigi that opened the understanding of American government through its caprices on the fact that there is ethnic cleansing that is being supported and aided by the Nigerian government through the military. Because when you convert a terrorist into the army, that terrorist will only terrorize the system within the army. No terrorist organization like Boko Haram or Ishwab or Ansaru or Bandit or Armed Bandit or Hishba or any quasi-volia terrorist organization has its headquarters in the Europe or in America. Am I speaking the truth or
Exactly.
lie? Can anybody challenge
You
me in what I'm saying? Does Boko Haram have
exactly.
any
You
headquarters
just
in France, in Italy, in the United States of America, in Spain, in Honduras, in what you call the Republic of San Marino, in Austria? Do you have it in Kenya? Do you
who
have it
born them?
in any place in Asia, in India, in Oceania, in Australia? You don't have Boko Haram headquarters, but
It's only in Nigeria.
you have Biafran headquarters everywhere.
That's everywhere.
Because when you say IPOB, it means Biafran. Anything related with IPOB is Biafran. The government of IPOB
The
is
government
Biafran
of
Republic
IPOB
government
is
in
Biafran
exile.
Republic.
And it is very clear. So our people should understand this and come together,
Exactly.
especially as on the 20th, I mean 20 10 20/10/2025, there is a protest. The protest is for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. only that our people are employed to use what to call cerebrum, cerebellum, and medulla oblongata in their protest. It is done on ground and online. And nobody, no Nigerian youth or Nigerian believed ethnic group should allow the criminal groups like Kenguruago and the likes of Udene and Jovika to lure them into going against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody should go against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That's what I'm saying. His academic highness, the most educated black man in the whole Europe, is telling the whole world never to go against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, never to go against Mazi Simon Ekpa, and never to go against the acting prime minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile. I signed it here as I yield my mic. God bless you in nomine Pater, Filius, Spiritus Sanctis. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much, the academic highness, for that your wonderful, wonderful submission. Biafran Oracle, do you have anything to add to what you just said? You just made a very whooping sum of submissions that are, on point. Biafran Oracle, are you there? Okay, Biafran Oracle is not close to his mic. Academic kindness, you see, what can you talk about the man Mike Arnold, his status as an American who came to Nigeria, was invited to come for, fact finding, and after taking him round, trying to impress him, trying to cajole him into, into presenting Nigeria on a very good light, the man stood his ground and presented his fact, considering the fact that he'd been in Nigeria multiple times. What can you say about this man who is honorable enough to speak truth to power?
Yeah, what I have to say is very, very simple. When they heard about the name of the man, Arnold, they thought he was the family of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the actor.
Schwarzenegger, okay.
So because of that, they posted him to go to Nigeria. But when he reached there, he saw the citizens of the so-called Nigeria, Baba Tekrima Shikao. And he said, no, alas, these are people that are supposed to be defended. He enrolled alongside with the American research that made American government during the reign of Donald Trump first, presidency, to go and fish out American citizens that were being, seized by Boko Haram within the Chibok zone in the northern part of
Oh my God. Okay, he joined us back.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He speaks upon that. And he's telling our people, brethren, wake up. Researchers, wake up. Journalists, wake up to the reality. Christians are being massacred in Nigeria that they used to think that is the giant of nations or a country that is supposed, or economy that's supposed to trust and have a deal with. But now, we cannot have deal on this. This country now is the epitome of the persecution of Christians, persecution of moderate people, and ethnic cleansing of indigenous people that you have within that enclave. That is what Arnold is telling, because he has seen the likes of Mark Johnson, the likes of Michael Rubin, the likes of Senator Ted Cruz, that Ogechukwu always snap with picture with. Not only picture. the collaborators, the people that want Africa to be liberated, and many more are still coming up, are still going to come up. Many more are still going to come up in the support of what we're doing. Know you again before I hit this mic, that after the peace deal that is being brokered by the government of America between the state of Israel and the perceived state of Palestine, the hostages were released, both dead and alive. Yes, but something happened. What is it that happened? What happened is that Hamas and the group violated what was stipulated on that accord. That particular accord. And what happened? The group went on searching for Christians, loyalists, and moderate loyalists, and they executed them. And as I said, they violated that accord. They are in Gaza Strip. They are in Gaza Strip. And it could lead to another thing that will be something we'll be talking about in December 2025. I am telling you today is the 17th day of October 2025. That thing, the violation of that peace accord, will lead to the news we'll be hearing in December 2025. So our people have to wake up and support our own government. We must support our government. Our government is BRGIE. Where Ogechukwu is. To be very precise. Where Ogechukwu is. That is where everybody's supposed to be. Thank you so much.
Wow. That's a wonderful submission. And one question I want to ask you is, I'm also looking on Mike Arnold. Before Mike Arnold went to Nigeria, this latest visit to Nigeria, in his S account, according to him, he had only 114 followers. 114 followers. He just tweeted on the last, today, as I'm speaking to you right now, I just opened his S account and he's having 16.8K followers. 16.8 thousand followers. And among these followers, I know that he made these followers from the truth that he spoke about what is happening in Nigeria. And among those who are queuing in to follow him at this time will be Biafrans. So what can you tell to Biafrans now who, upon all the truth we have been talking about, they have not been following what we are doing? But just because it's a white man that said it, they are now following him on X. Do you think this truth can be able to awaken some Biafrans to join and support Brgie?
Yes, I think so. Even though they could not wake up very, very quickly to support Brgie, because it is not everybody that has the brain and what you call orientation, orientamento, to do what to support Brgie, because if you don't have the way with that, you cannot understand Brgie. But what I'm telling you today is that Nigerians that love life, Nigerians that don't want to go to Dubai and go to America in terms of Japa syndrome and be pushed back as deportation back to Nigeria, to red zinc, they must embrace the likes of Mark Donald and Mark Ronald, because everybody is answering Mark now. If you see Mark Rubin, Mark Johnson, this one is Mark Ronald. I am Mark Anthony. Thank you very much. So Our people will embrace the youth that love life, must embrace. I am sending this as a kind of revelation to young youths, to the youths in Nigeria. You must embrace any American journalist, American government official that is speaking on behalf of Christians in Nigeria. Christians in Nigeria means the indigenous people, people that don't want problem. The problem you have in Nigeria are Muslims, the extremist Muslim, Mujahideen Muslims. So when you hear that American people are speaking on behalf of Christians, know you that they are Biafrans. They're speaking on behalf of Biafrans. They are speaking on behalf of Odudua.
Exactly.
They are speaking on behalf or in behalf of Hausa people, people that want life, people that love life, people that want the principle of live and let live. So that is the answer to your
Exactly.
question. Hmm.
Thank you so much. And now just one last question, because I know we are going to go to X. We have a scheduled space by my time, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. on the dot. Here is 3 p.m. Now, you see, we are in Brgie, and Brgie is the only government that is representing Biafrans all over the world. We only have one Brgie, we only have one APM. And if Biafrans already understand that what is happening today is a result of the consultations, as a result of the visit, and that the APM and Brigi, through our attorney and our lobbyists, are made in Washington, D.C., through the senators of America. Is it nice? Is it wise for somebody who have believed in Brigi, who have seen what the Prime Minister did with Brigi and still standing with Brigi? Do you advise any of such individuals to and be having meetings with somebody like Adandocho, or Biafra Disunite, or Remy Juice, or even Madam Van Van Van? What do you think the impact of that meeting will be? Somebody that you are in Brigi, you supported Brigi, you know what Brigi is doing, and all of a sudden, even as we don't know your position now, whether you support Brigi, but all of a sudden we are seeing you in Adadioranjo platform, or we see you in Pastor Van 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 platform, or we see you with Biafra Disunite, or we see you with a basket mat Remy Juice. What do you think will be the impact on that particular person at all?
I will answer you in this way. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Because I'm still on the way. I'll answer you in this way. There are two ways of understanding what is going on. It is through the cabinet, and that's what I mean by cabinet is through the cabinet members of BRGIE and through the media personnels of BRGIE. It is not through content creators. If people want to understand what is going on, they should listen to the cabinet members of the BRGIE and the media members of the BRGIE, the certified media members, just like you, that Betty Ford, Biafran Minister of Communication and Information,
Okay.
and our Twitter space, like Enki, people that are in the Twitter space. These are the people that you're supposed to listen to. In this that I've spoken now, Emmanuel Remigius is not what I'm saying. Adando Ora, Ndocho is not part of it. And neither the other one that exclaimed herself or himself, or what you call the Vam Vam Vam, it's not part of what we're saying, because everybody's supposed to know. I'm talking about the last person I spoke about now, Vam Vam Vam. if you're in the media, you should not poke nose on what is happening in defense or what is happening in finance because it is not your field. Are you getting what I'm saying? If you are in media, you don't have the right to poke nose on what is happening on the defense or military, neither in finance. But the moment in which you cross your boundary, it means you're looking for something destructive. You are no longer doing things in accordance to the law. So our people should listen to Gechikunkere. They should listen to the Brgie cabinet members. And they should listen to Brgie information or media members that are with Gechikunkere. Very simple. I don't know whether I have answered your question.
You have answered my question. You have really answered the question. So, Biafrans, I want you to listen to what our academic highness have said. If you need information about what is happening, we only have one Brigi, and we have Brigi Information Department headed by His Excellency Honorable Sonny Akparawa, the Minister of Information. Every other media that is not under BRGIE, when you are going there, and you can never get any authentic information from those various platforms. Like Academic Highness said, these are content creators. You know, they create content, and they are also using Biafra issues sometimes as content, you know, to draw traffic to their various platforms. So if you need genuine information about our liberation recognition, it is on our platforms that you are going to get that under Biafra Republic Government in Exile, where our acting Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere is in charge. So, MID Briggs, your final word to the Biafran people before we can call it.
Yes, we must support by fundraising in the support of the ideology of Biafra has been honorably headed by Mazi Nnamdi Okukano and also subsequently headed and carried along by the disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kano, Honorable Simon Ekpa, and subsequently beheaded by Right Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere, the acting Prime Minister of BRGIE, and also in support of all those juggernauts you have around Ogechukwu Nkere, the Brigi substantial cabinet member, what we call the cabineto impeccabiles, people that are worthy to speak before God, even before Satan, before Donald Trump, before the United States of American Capitol, before the government of the whole world, by invoking international law. We must trust on ourselves. And finally, we must not go against any group that is supporting or making protests really for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the person of Showore and co. But we do it with our modular oblongata. You have to prepare yourself if you're going there. If you know you don't have what it takes to be there, put your data on your internet and support Showore and support us online. Know you that the whole world is on revolution. Let me say this last thing before another person will take over the microphone. Madagascar from Africa has chased away through the militaire the President de la République of Madagascar is being chased away. And another country we have very near to our place in West Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, has done almost the same thing, starting from the time of President Gbagbo. I'm not even talking about IAS, meaning Alliance for Sahara State. We have seen what the IAS has done It is left for people that see themselves as Nigeria or Biafra or Dudua or Hausa or Arewa to wake up and deal with your politicians. So Secretarima Babate Krima. Deal with your reverend fathers and pastors. Your reverend fathers and pastors are derailing you. They are taking you to the wrong direction. They are chasing devil. It is not devil that did not create light. It is not God that did not create light, because devil and
Exactly.
God has already created light. Darkness is devil. God is light. But you need darkness to sleep in the night, and you need light to sleep in the day. And two of them works in what you call function. It is politicians and reverend fathers that are keeping you in perpetual slavery.
Bondage.
As we are talking about the release
Yes.
of Mazen Namdekano, no reverend father, no inflation reverend father challenging government of Nigeria. No inflation pastor is challenging the government of Nigeria towards the release of Mazen Namdekano. No influential native doctor is challenging the government for the release of Mazen Namdekano. What did I say? Government. Government is that God that you think you are revering. By the time our people understand that God means government, and government means the agreement of the people, just like what we Biafrans are doing. Believe in your government. By the time you understand this, you don't have problem again. We have to be the government of our own, and we have the authorization from the world from 2023. You call it Helsinki Convention, October 2023,
Declaration. Yes.
22nd. The announcement and the pronuncio of the Biafran Liberation Army. Biafran Liberation Army, October 2023. It happened live, and it is backed by the law. Our people should know this. Stop chasing devil. Stop chasing Satan. You don't see Satan. If I challenge you to show me Satan, you cannot show me Satan. You cannot even show me God. But you see Fulani
Exactly.
herdsmen that are dealing with you decisively. You cannot see Satan. So our people should support Mazen Namdekano, support Showore with brain, support Ogechikunkere. Already, when you're supporting Ogechikunkere, it means you're supporting Mazen Simon Ekpa Njoku. Support BRGIE, because as the word is structured today, you need a government of the people that will present the necessary documents needed for the recognition. Thank you. Thank you.
Biafran Oracle, your studio is on noise. Thank you so much, His Academic Kindness, for that wonderful submission. Biafran Oracle, your final word before we can call it a day. Are you close to your mic now? Biafran Oracle, I've unmuted you. Go ahead and speak and make your final statement. Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead. We have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to round up because we have another space coming up. We have a space coming up. Go ahead.
To come to unity. We don't really want enemy. We are not enemies to ourselves. We have one enemy, and that enemy is that person who wants to come and kill us and take our land. So, Dr. David, I don't know what is wrong with my system, so let me put it here. So later, next time I will come.
Yeah, this thing is making noise. You are listening, it's a device. Either you have a device close to you where you are listening and hearing your voice. So if you don't have such device, I don't know why.
My laptop is not on with it. It's on phone. I'm not close to it.
You are entering. Okay. I'm going to remove one of your. Okay. Go ahead now. Let me see if
I think we see this one.
Yes, it's working. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll remove one of your this thing. Go ahead. We can hear you. Your final word. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, my final word is just to call our people, every one of us, to we have only only one common enemy, and that's those who want our land. That's what we will have. So anyone that is working against a brother is, I don't know what that person is thinking.
We can't hear you again. So thank you so much, Biafran Oracle. Thank you for being part of this. I also appreciate academic highness. Academic highness, I hope you don't have anything to say before I close the studio.
I think you need to allow our brother BMO to give a submission.
He's not speaking. It's like he has challenges with his mic. Biafra Oracle, are you there? I can't hear him. Yes, yeah, we are not hearing him. So he had challenges with his, I don't think whether it's network or his device. So, sir, we are already running out. A minute. Just make your final statement before I can log out, sir. Thank you.
It's all right. It's all right. Everywhere is very, very hot in the sense that the truth is coming out. Let everybody embark on donation to BRGIE under Gechkunkere, and at the same time to be prayerful, because we are in the support of Mazinam Dekano, our PM, our APM, and in the support of Umuyele Showore, who has brought himself for justice, in the sense that all of us, he understood that all of us need good life, and we are indulging for good governance, for justice, equity. That's why he's saying releasing Nnamdi Kanu. It's not a must that we must be one Nigeria. You can have up to 6 countries or 8 countries. Then we create an alliance. You are seeing the formula happening between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger Republic. They are different countries, but they have a union that is called AIS, Alliance for Sahel States. You have European Union in Europe, but they're different countries. What has bedeviled our people is colonialism, and the people that you see as politicians don't understand the meaning of politics. They are so arrogant. And whilst they are in the front of international judicial panel, they still demonstrate their level of ignorance and arrogancy, and they cannot even help themselves or help their children. Like P2B, who is being forced to talk about the release of Mazinam. That is not a good leader. That is not example of a leader, but it's example of a mafia. Mafia doesn't care about his children. It's about interest. So all must support Nnamdi Kanu, BRGIE, Samane Ekpa, Mazuki Chikuntere, and all lovers of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, our MID, his academic kindness. His academic kindness, the only educated
Question.
from all over Europe.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being part of this program. Biafran Oracle, you have just 1 minute to make your
Okay.
final submission because, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
I
you hear
can
me?
hear you.
Okay. So what I was saying, just one thing, I just want to encourage your people for let us come out for unity. Let us preach unity. Like we don't have any other enemy. We don't have any other enemy. We're not enemies to ourselves, and we can never be enemies to ourselves. We have only one common enemy, and that enemy are those who came into our land to kill us, to take our land, to take our inheritance, to take whatever what belongs to us. That's the only enemy we have, and that is why we are going to stand in unity against them. Now, I want to introduce something. I am not advertising. Just in a few seconds, I'm not introducing. I'm not advertising anything, but I want to talk about a book I saw on Amazon, which is titled "The Unity of the Igbo People: A Noble Virtue." So I want to recommend it to every one of us that is not in Igbo land. Everyone else that is not in Igbo land, get it for your children. It will tell your children who they are as Igbo people. It will introduce the Igbo people, although it was written in English. For those of people, I think for people who are not in Igbo land, who cannot speak Igbo. So let's get it, please. Get it to your children. We want to prepare a next generation that will hold on to this freedom eventually when it is achieved. If they are scattered, if they are not in unity as their fathers are right now, if they're not in unity as their fathers are right now, if unity is not inculcated into them, I wonder what the future will be when these freedom fighters of today are no more. So please, that book will tell you who you are as an Igbo man, what you will gain in standing together in unity, what you can achieve as an Igbo man against those who are coming against you, against in every way, and what you stand, the consequences when you are divided. The book is not too much; it's loaded. Please, I want to recommend to everyone. It is titled "The Unity of the Igbo People." A noble virtue. Please let us prepare the next generation, especially those who are living in Europe and America. Whom their children
Who is the
are
author?
speaking, oh yeah man. All those children speaking yeah man, yeah. All those children that will eventually come back one day to Biafra land. Please get this book for them. Let them read and get to understand who they are. Thank you, Dr. David.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, please. But who is the author of the book?
Yes,
Is it a Biafran?
yes.
Okay.
There are two authors there. There are two authors who wrote the book. They are from Ernest Ekechukwu and Anthony Chinedu.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I hope they are supporting the Biafran
Of
cause.
course,
I
really.
don't know, but that's great.
Yes, of course, I can
Okay.
attest to that, but I don't. I'm going to research further into that. But the book is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you so much. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Biafran Oracle, for being part of this program. Thank you so much, His Academic Highness, for gracing this program as well. Biafrans, wonderful people, lovers of freedom, I appreciate every one of you that tuned in to listen to this gospel. Please, we use this opportunity to remind you to support the freedom of our leader, support the protest that will be ongoing by Monday. Coincidentally, Monday is Sit at Home Mazen Nnamdi Kanu Day in Biafran territory. But for those of you in Abuja, you have a date to support Showore because he's speaking for the release of our leader. But you have to use your number 6, just like our academic highness advised. And I want to use this opportunity to let all of you know, those who are not supporting, to come out now and support what we are doing, because it is Brgie that is hitting Nigeria up in Washington, D.C. Very, very important. And in order to sustain this and to sustain the security in our land, we have to continue to fund the Biafran Defense Forces. Very, very important that we do that, because nobody will do it for us. I appreciate every one of you. Please, if you have not subscribed to my channel, do well and subscribe so that anytime we are live, I am live, you are going to get a notification. I want to remind you again, if you want authentic information, go to the platforms of Brgie Connect members, and the Brgie Midfund. Very, very important. While we are closing from here, we are going over to X, Twitter, to continue the awareness creation from there. Our sister tutors will be hosting us. In fact, they have opened the space, if I'm not mistaken. So join us on the X as we continue this awareness creation for our freedom. Thank you so much, Academic Kindness. Thank you so much, Biafran Oracle. Thank you, Biafrans, for being part of this program. And see you next time. Bye from here. Ndewo no mu Chineke.